Roll call.
Roll call. Roll call.
Jump and wave.
Roll call. Roll call.
Jump and wave.
There's a meeting up in heaven. Roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life? Roll call. Brother, sister, roll call. Roll call. Good morning. Roll call. Roll call.
Jump and wave.
Roll call. Roll call.
Jump and wave.
There's a meeting up in heaven. Roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life? Roll call. Brother, sister, roll call. Roll call. Good morning. Roll call. Roll call.
Jump and wave.
Roll call. Roll call.
Jump and wave.
There's a meeting up in heaven. Roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life? Roll call. Brother, sister, roll call. Roll call. Good morning.
Okay, hello, happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to Mystic Sensation Live. Happy Friday to everyone in television land. Happy Friday to our silent viewers. Happy Friday to those in the chat. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week, and looking forward to a wonderful and restive weekend. Thank you so much for your continued support. And to all the new subscribers who recently joined the Mystic Sensation family, welcome. Thank you so much for your support, and for everyone who's been here throughout the start of our journey, joined us midway, and at this point, thank you so very much for your continued support. Really appreciate each and every one. I'm just gonna welcome those in the chat. Tonight's topic is I See Under Political Pressure, and your host is Baron and Anne-Marie. Right, so let me just quickly welcome those in the chat, and then I'll hand over to Baron and do my usual housekeeping. So Elaine was there earlier, Malina also here earlier, Rex. If you're still here, welcome. RJ, happy Friday, welcome. Miss Yvonne, as usual, saying good night to you both and to each and everyone in Jesus' name, amen. Good night, Miss Yvonne, thank you so much for that. Truck Life, welcome. Thank you so much for your undaunting and continued support. Really appreciate you. Laris, welcome. Juba, Wayne Evans, welcome. Bless up everyone in the chat. Pamela, welcome. Truck Life, instead people are here early tonight. It's a good look. Don, welcome. Happy Friday. Patrick, welcome. He's saying good morning or night. All special hello to the wonderful host and hostess. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here. Kenroy, happy Friday. Okay, on the job way, no problem. Thank you so much. Hope it's not too hectic for you right now. Watson, welcome. BCA, blessed up, welcome. Happy Friday. So without any further delay, I'm just going to hand over to Baron, and he's going to start the discussion. And when are we going to do the call-in after your discussion?
Yes, after.
So we're going to have the lines open later on. We'll tell you when, guys. Blendon, good evening, my brother. Welcome. Happy Friday.
Yes, once again, thank you, honey, for that, preparation there. Right. I want to say a big thanks to all my ardent listeners who always tune in on a Friday. And thanks for all new subscribers that came on board. Right. Really appreciative of that. Now, I want to say we had a wonderful time spent in Jamaica, right? For 3 weeks we were there, and obviously we are back in Canada, safe and sound. But as I said, everywhere that we go, we have to continue to speak on the truth that affect us, and of course, helping persons to make the decision as it relates to nation building. That's what we are all about. Now, my Jamaican people, in starting, I want to point to a particular situation as it relates to, myself being extremely curious as a result of a recent development as it relates to police investigation. So I want to speak categorically clear that I have no evidence of any political plot. But it is important, very important, based on what the police had found in West Kingston. And I want to say that if we have one Jamaican person, right, died as a result of his political preference, right, that is an ultimate wrong. People have the right to make their choice. Let me reiterate what I just said. I have no evidence of any political plot, but for pre-warning as it relates to what some investigators as it relates to the Jamaican Constabulary Force had found in West Kingston as it relates to pipe bomb. Several of those pipe bombs being found. Now, as it relates to me just wanting to say that we need to be careful as it relates to the political season and the high tension. We have a local government election, right, that expected, right, for next year. And we would want to ensure a free and safe election.
Also fair.
And fair election. So then I am going to put up the document as it relates to what the investigators had found and appealing to the public, right, for the public awareness. And so then we are speaking. We are speaking. We are acting in a proactive sense that if anyone is planning, which I have no evidence, but let me say this, if anyone is planning to create mayhem on our Jamaican people as a result of their political choice or whatever reasons that those cocktail pipe bombs, right, being gathered in a particular era, whatever reasons they are for, I am saying that we want non-Jamaican, right, to be attacked for their political preference. Let me say that whatever reason that little Jamaica, right, is going to have pipe bombs gathering in making preparation of, because obviously those armament is for a reason and making preparation for what I don't know. So we are anticipating the police investigation in all of this matter. So without any further ado, I am going to put up the document, right, just to build our awareness, right, of what is trending. So without any further ado, please put up the document and let us read. And so then we can build that level awareness. So we're going to play that video. Sorry, we're going to play that video.
Okay, again, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining in. If you're new to the channel, please show some support by subscribing. It will be greatly appreciated, and share us out if you can.
Now to a disturbing find for Jamaica's security landscape. 320 suspected explosives were discovered at a premises on Darling Street in the Kingston Western Police Division. In a statement shortly before news time, the police confirmed they conducted a joint police military operation based on high-quality intelligence leading to the discovery on Monday. While acknowledging the public may be interested in the seizure, the police say the situation is sensitive and certain details cannot be shared at this time. CVM News understands experts are conducting chemical tests to ascertain the exact nature of the substances found. Of course, we will continue to track that story.
Thank you. So, my Jamaican people, just for warning, building the awareness that this is what is going on, right?
And look at the amount.
And look at the amount, 320 cocktail pipe bombs.
The material
Why?
to make it.
Why we have that sort of lethal assembly? To do what? To create mayhem? Why? So I am saying, just to be proactive and to warn if there is any form of political will. I don't know if there's a political will. I have no evidence. Let me repeat that. That we don't need to go down that road where we are going to hurt someone for their political choice, if that is the situation.
Or for any reason.
Right? Or for any other reason. Let me say that. All right. Now I want to clear up a little issue. Last week, I had explained, right, a little situation with the Integrity Commission annual report and deals with the status, right, as it relates to the 6 members of parliament. For some, vloggers, some vloggers are saying that, okay, as it relates to the 6 members of parliament, that investigation had been completed, right, and sent to the parliament. Now, as it relates to my subjective understanding, that is not so. The investigation into the 6 high-tier members of parliament as it relates to illicit enrichment, right? That particular investigation has not yet completed. There are other investigations as it relates to the report that been completed, right, and sent to the corruption prosecutor, right, for the corruption prosecutor to rule on it. So I am going to I'm going to again show a document that I had shown last week, just for people to have a better understanding that that particular investigation pertaining to the 6 members of parliament as it relates to illicit enrichment, in terms of my understanding, my subjective understanding, it has not yet completed. And I'm going to show you the document that I had shown last week, right, to show you the reason, right, why that particular investigation has not yet completed. So this is something that I want to clear up. So I'm going to show the document and we're going to read it all so that we all can have an understanding. And Mr. G said Jamaica gone to the highest level of crime. I'm telling him, Mr. G, so that's why I'm putting the people on their guard. So let us just read this document so that we can all have the similar understanding that this investigation, right, is still ongoing. I think what is happening with this investigation, there are some documents based on what I heard from the grapevine. that there are some more information that need to be ascertained, and they are waiting on those information, right, to close it up, right, and then send it to Parliament, right, for it to be tabled. Send it to the corruption prosecution, and then to the Parliament for it to be tabled. So that is the traffic of the investigation, where the Integrity Commission investigators, when they complete their investigation report, they will normally send it to the corruption prosecutor, right? The corruption prosecutor will look at it, vet it if there's a case, right? Send it to Parliament for it to be tabled. And when it being tabled, as it relates to the Integrity Commission Act, Section 53, subsection 3, that they cannot speak on the matter until it being tabled. So after it being tabled, then the Integrity Commission investigators can speak pertaining to that. Straight up said, those bombs are weapons of terror. It's strange how the government had not addressed the nation about the threat of terrorism and threaten. I'm telling you straight up, I think that to have a fine like that, right, the government should come out, right, and speak on it, because I want to know what is the purpose of gathering those pipe bombs. They are extremely dangerous and can kill many people, right? So when you have 320, what is this? Are we in Afghanistan? Right? Are we having a war? I don't know. So I am just making sure that we give public awareness around this situation. So let us just read this document. And from me, comprehending that document, that particular document is saying that the investigation into the 6 parliamentarians have not yet been completed. So we're going to read that document. Okay.
Again, happy Friday. Welcome, everyone. Which ones you want?
Okay, really Jamaica. Anxious about illicit enrichment.
Okay.
All right.
I think you'll change it to greener. One sec, guys.
All right. We are coming up with a document. So because we want.
There you go.
Okay. So I want for persons to read it. Just scroll as where I reach on it. So just concentrate on that. Okay. So parliamentarians reported anxious about IC illicit enrichment probe. Okay. So Justice Minister Delroy Chuck says there is much anxiety along parliamentarians following the Integrity Commission's revelation that 6 members are being investigated for alleged enrichment. So the operative words there are that they are being investigated, right? It says nothing about conclusion of the investigation. Let us go to paragraph 2. The Integrity Commission, in its annual report 2022 to 2003, so this is the annual report, also stated that 28 public officials were being investigated for the same offense. Addressing a meeting, right, of the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee on Thursday morning, Mr. Chuck said there is much speculation about the identities of especially the 6 parliamentarians. Let us go down to the other paragraph. He called for the Integrity Commission to speed up its investigation. So right there, people, there you have it. Right? This is telling you that the investigation is not completed, or else he wouldn't have been calling for the Integrity Commission to speed up its investigation. So that is clear to say that the investigation is not being completed. In quotation, to be frank with you, apart from the IC and anyone else who have information, certainly I have no ideas according to Delroy Chuck. And every one of my colleagues I have checked with, nobody has any idea who they are. Maybe wrongdoers basically deny it. No doubt. I accept that. But the sooner the IC can indicate that they have completed their investigation. There goes again, it's clear that the investigation has not been completed. And these persons will be charged, or the sooner you can report the parliament, the better. End of quote. Quoting again. Now, if those persons fail to respond to you, then bring them in. You summon them. But to leave the speculation out there is not good for us in the house, because everybody is looking at one another to ask, who is it? End of quote. He complained. All right. In response, Greg Beresford, Director of Information and Complaints at the Integrity Commission, appeared empathetic about the anxiety among parliamentarians, but did not provide information on the status of the investigations. Go back there to tell you that the investigation has not been completed. It's an ongoing investigation. Open quote. Thank you very much, Chairman. I understand, but the annual report only reflects the work that we do. In terms of speculation, we are not in that business. We are just reporting to Parliament that this is what you have spent, and at each stage, this is what has been done. So it's really just a reflection of the work that we are doing, he said. End of quote. The parliamentary opposition has said none of its members of parliament are senators, that is what the opposition is saying, have been approached by the Integrity Commission regarding its investigation, while the government has declined to comment further on the matter. Okay, all right, take that document away. So for better understanding, for better clarification, right, the investigation pertaining to the 6 members of parliament as we speak today, the status is that that investigation is an ongoing investigation, right? And so then upon the completion of that, that now will send, I think, pass through the, corruption prosecutor, who would then look at that document and then send that on to Parliament as it relates to the traffic of that report for Parliament to rule on that. Sam Allen said, enough respect, Smith. Let us all pray for a peaceful election when it called. We need the PSAJ, right, to call on the government to ask for international help to tracking those bonds. And that is why I am bleeding it out. Because no one, not one person, because of his or her political will, or for a government, right? I am not accusing the current government, not accusing, right? But if that is for reason, right, as it relates to one's political choice, that one is going to believe that this person, right, should not be existed because of his political choice, it is primitive in nature, cruel, wicked, and evil. Right, straight up. Byron, the investigation may well be completed, but the prosecutor may be sitting on the ruling since they have schemed for the report and the ruling to be tabled together. Okay, so straight up, that may be so, but not having the evidence, right, that is so, right, I am just not going to comment on that. How comes they released the NWC President IC findings? Right. Well, no, very good question. Put back 2 questions. I want people to understand, because we are going into ticklish waters tonight. We are going into ticklish waters tonight. And you can see, so my question is, as according to Serene Sue, how comes they released the NWC President IC findings? What is taking so long? And let me ask, as it relates to the completion of the report, based, right, on what the Justice Minister is saying, Delroy Chuck, that the investigation is not yet completed, as according to him, right? I don't know if that investigation has been completed and they are somehow trying to, have some political maneuvering over that, right? I don't know what the case is. I don't have the evidence, so I'm not going to speak on that, right? Because I obviously don't have that evidence, right? So, and I'm not going to go into the situation of assuming, right? So then, the thing for me, though, right, and one of the reasons why I have to hit out on the Integrity Commission Act, Section 53, subsection 3, right, muzzling the Integrity Commission to speak out pertaining to such investigation. And that is one of the reasons why, right, you have seen the muzzling and the political maligning of the Integrity Commission. Now, people, I want to speak on, some things that I myself observe, right? That this Jamaica Labour Party government, right, is actually using 4 weapons, right, to manipulate the entire process, which is unfair, right? Because the first weapon is, when we look at it, we have seen the God clause. And let us speak, my people. The reason for the God clause, right? Remember that the Integrity Commission investigators, some of them who are lawyers and persons who are senior members, some are judges. And then these are people who are making sure they are dotting the I's and cross all the T's. But from the onset, that Andrew Holness is going to pass a muzzling clause. In 2015, when Andrew Holness was campaigning, he was campaigning on the pillars of transparency and accountability. And here it is that the very same man in 2015, Andrew Holness, who was campaigning on transparency, accountability, checks and balance, Andrew Holness is now passing, right, the muzzle clause. The muzzle clause, muzzling the Integrity Commission, right? From day one, Andrew Holness stepped into that government with a corrupted mind. He decided him, along with his members, are not going to sign any code of conduct. So then whatever actions that they plan to do, they will not be held accountable by such policy. So you can see that there was an ulterior motive why they have not one of them signed the code of conduct. And so then they cannot be held responsible for what they had planned to do. It is just simple and straightforward, my people. Simple and straightforward. Oh, corrupted to the core that this government is. Now let us look on. So his first weapon was to utilize the muzzle clause. Andrew Holness' second weapon that he's using to malign the entire process as it relates to checks and balance is the extension of the DPP. Installing the DPP in terms of extending the DPP time for the obvious reason that the DPP will not look into or other any investigation as it relates to his allegations of wrongdoing. It is straightforward and simple. Paula Llewellyn, you need to take away yourself, because your function, your intention, your objectives is not serving the common people of Jamaica, straight up. My fear is that if it concerns persons in the highest offices, the corruption prosecutor will feel constrained to consult the DPP, and that may be the end of that. Straight up. You know, you could be right. Straight up. You could be right, because we know that this particular government is extremely corrupt, right? And that's why I am speaking out his weapons, right, that he's using, right, to manipulate the process, right, to undermine the Constitution, to push against the rails of justice, right? So we have, number one, the gag order, number two, extending the DPP, right, and number three, what we finally had seen as a result of a default situation, a corrupted default situation that now propel Juliet Onus to the Speaker of the House. And this is where it comes clear to everyone that they're willing to seal themselves. They're willing, regardless of how people may call for the 6 parliamentarians to be known, they are going to do everything possible not to divulge the information. Clear and apparent conflict of interest. That the Prime Minister, who aligned and maligned in thick cloud of corruption, has his wife installed as the House Speaker. That within itself. While Juliet Onus has issues over her head. Clear. And so then, what that goes to say to you, right? That goes to say to you that a dictatorship is in the making. They care nothing what the Jamaican people want to say. And them wrong things, right? Don't you trouble Zion. That's what they say, because they are the Zionists and they come to stay, right? And manipulate the Jamaican people. So then, I want to speak as it relates to such situation, right? And for the Jamaica Labour Party, other day we had spoken about Dan Anderson poll, and where Dan Anderson trying to be politically savvy and being careful in towing the line, right? And to me, right, based on what I am seeing, I have visited Jamaica, right? Just recently, I just came back from Jamaica, and I went on the grounds myself, and I see the energy, feel the energy, right? That of course, there's nothing can stop the People's National Party from winning the election. Now, I am going to feature, right? And this goes to show you that Jamaica Labour Party, remember, I give evidence to show you that they're a propagandist party. I give you evidence to show you that of all the People's National Party that they accuse of rumors and offenses, traffic guru, furniture scandal, you name it, they have not prosecuted one People's National Party. for any Jamaican Labour Party don't like what I'm saying, right? It is not that you don't like what I'm saying, unless you don't want to hear the truth. You have Google search engine, right? You have Google search engine. You have Yahoo search engine. Go on any one of the search engine and search to find if any GLP member, right, has ever brought a case against a People's National Party member and have that person convicted. It has never happened in history. And Google, use your search engine. Google Yahoo or anything you want to use. And see how much Jamaica Labour Party members of parliament being prosecuted from 1954 come straight up until as I speak. They are a set of puss, right? They are a set of puss, and anytime they get into government, that's what they do. Pilfered from the treasury, right? So then don't judge me. What you need to do, search for these situations for yourself, and you will find the truth. And so then, even a simple political campaign as it relates to a situation in North Clarendon, the Jamaica Labour Party just cannot help themselves from telling lies. The PNP and the GLP, they were in North Clarendon, right? Campaigning, of their political campaign. And the PNP was a full house. And then, what the GLP was doing, speaking lies, saying that the GLP only have a classroom full of people, while they are the ones who have the classroom full of people. These are the basic lies that they are propagandists. They are propagandists. Without any further ado, I am going to play to show Jamaica Labour Party say, don't worry about Clarendon. Clarendon gone. St. Thomas gone. And Westmoreland gone. So don't worry about them. Them gone. A PNP, them orange. Them orange more than orange. For them orange, I show fire sign of red the way all the people them well want change. Them orange are turn red. That's how much they want to change. So you don't worry about the numbers because they tell us it, right? PNP a lead more than 5%. Without any further ado, let me get into Clarendon and look what is happening in Clarendon. Without any further ado, play the clip.
Okay, I think it's overly.
The JLP motto is, make them hungry, feed them, and then buy their votes.
1 second, guys. Sorry, wrong one. Okay. Which one? Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Happy Friday.
All right. You know that we like to show the evidence.
I'm chairman of the meeting. I'm chairman of the party. I'm a general secretary. All distinguished comrades on the platform. I want to big up Chairman for Life, Comrade Bobby Pickersgill. Comrade Bobby Pickersgill in the house. Big up yourself, Bobby. Comrade, workers and warriors of the People's National Party, Clarendonians. When I come here this evening and I feel the energy, and I feel the vibes and no say, PNP will come down bank to bank here in the years and feel good.
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything online. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you want.
Taking out the hats
My
there.
comrades sitting here, listening to each of your candidates for the upcoming general election. in all of the 5 constituencies here in Clarendon, the 6. And we know, say, there's a lot of work to be done. We hear about the problems with water. We hear about the terrible road conditions. I myself have toured parts of this parish and seen it for myself with my own eyes. And you know, the last 30 years in Jamaica, a lot of time and money has been spent building major highways. And that is well and good. But we need to finish up the current projects, and then we need to focus on the roads that people drive on every day to get to their yard from work and to get to work. And I've seen the schemes where the roads are in deplorable condition and residents have to suffer when they drive on those roads. We're seeing the terrible condition of the farm roads which the farmers rely on to get their produce to market. And the next PNP government will have to focus on maintenance and upgrading of the road network. We can pause the highway projects and major big roads for a while and fix up the roads that everybody needs to drive on a daily basis. So them car don't mash up, and the bus don't mash up, and the people can get around in dignity. This country is suffering from a crime epidemic. Here in Clarendon, after the sugar industry has gone to rock bottom, money must, which used to be such a major part of the economy here, mash up. We need to do something about this. We have the Burnham Field asset. Our party understands the importance of Jamaica as a logistics hub. Our country is blessed by its geographic position on the major shipping routes through the Panama Canal. We are blessed by being in the same time zone as the eastern seaboard of the United States of America. And we speak as our official language, the same language as North America. The logistics possibilities are there. Burnham Field has a wonderful runway, flat land. There's tremendous potential to make that into a major logistics project for the movement of goods and services, value-added activities, and then transportation to the markets of the world. Comrade Lothan Cousins, you have put in a word to say it must be a priority project. I agree with you. We need to invest in Clarendon. We need to bring back the economy of Clarendon in central Jamaica. Deliver the People's National Party Clarendonians so we can deliver that project for you. The crime situation in Jamaica is out of control. They're telling us that the number of murders this year is less than last year. But I can tell you every day, when you listen to the news, there are multiple murders going on. Women being killed, children being abused and killed. Country can't develop so. This government has been a huge failure in tackling the crime problem. The rate of murders every year under their watch is some 25% higher than it was under the last PNP administration. They abandoned the social intervention programs that we have developed to minimize conflict in communities and to give youth a chance to move in a productive direction instead of going down the road of badness. Unite for Change, they scrapped it. The Peace Management Initiative, they defunded it. Right now it's the private sector.
Recordings just got better.
All right.
Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce.
All right. No, I just want to just give those flashpoints as it relates to, the People's National Party doing extremely well. And, I think, to be honest, that the Jamaicans are getting it. Jamaican people are getting it, and they are making the move. I can see where we are getting into that 63% of persons who did not participate, right? But we can see that persons are making the shift, right? Persons are, making that move towards supporting the People's National Party for the obvious reason that we want nation building. So then I don't hate Andrew Holness as a human being, right? I hate Andrew Holness' governance, right? As the Prime Minister of a country, and what he stands for, and what, as it relates to the allegation of corruption surrounding his cabinet members, his governance. And so then this is where I have a problem as it relates to good governance, that he's able to move the Jamaican people forward, right? And we have seen that I have called him from time to time that Andrew Holness is what we call a political con artist. And it is no joke about it. Andrew Holness is someone who will go beyond the extreme to tell lies. Will go beyond the extreme to do anything, right, for his selfish needs. This is the man that we are looking on as our Prime Minister, someone who followed the Donald Trump playbook to the T, right? Someone who followed the Donald Trump playbook to the T. And that is one of the reasons why, right, I don't like capitalists. They are liars, they are deceivers, right? Now, I am going to show you, right, as it relates to the length and breadth in terms of what Andrew Holness will do. Appears to be the man of God, appears, right, to having his prayer. But one thing that he had spoken into his prayer, admitting that, of course, he had sinned against the Jamaican people. But I am going to play this to remind us who Andrew Holness is. So then nothing what Andrew Holness says out of his mouth, right, that we can take, right, for glory. This man is a lethal political con artist. So let us look on how Andrew Holness praying and making confession also as it relates to, of course, the obvious wrongs that he had committed against the people of Jamaica. Without any further ado, please play that clip. Let us all listen to his prayer.
One second, guys. Let's see.
Andrew Holness, a repent.
Eternal Father, I come acknowledging that we have sinned against the people of Jamaica. We have sinned against our fellow man. We have sinned against our family members and relatives. We have sinned against our neighbors, strangers and visitors. We have sinned against the children, the youth and the unborn. We have sinned against the poor and the weak and the elderly and the sick. We have sinned against the free and the imprisoned. We have sinned against those in the care of the state, including the children, the mentally ill, the elderly, the prisoners, and others. we repent, O God, of all our sins committed against these and all persons, local and international, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I come on behalf of all the political leaders, government and opposition. I come on behalf of the Parliament of Jamaica, all the cabinet members, all the senators, the legislature, all members of the judiciary and the penal system, and members of the security forces, O Lord. I come on behalf of all institutions, individuals and groups throughout Jamaica represented in the civil governance system, along with their administrations, managers, staff, membership and followers. I come acknowledging that we have sinned against you. We have sinned against our people, and we repent and we ask for forgiveness, mercy and cleansing in Jesus' name. Hear our prayer and forgive us of all sins in Jesus' name. Lord, I come to you on behalf of every Jamaican here in Halfway Tree Square, every Jamaican throughout the land, and every Jamaican in the diaspora.
Amen, Brother Andrew. Well, Brother Andrew, I come to you in speaking the truth of the sins that you have committed against us. But my people, I don't believe that Andrew Holness' sin has been forgiven. Now, here is why Andrew Holness' sin has not been forgiven. Let us play the next clip.
Okay.
So the next clip will tell you.
The JLP motto is, make them hungry, feed them, and then buy their votes.
Yeah. Very blatant. They're signing for the money, very blatant.
Take that away. And some this is what I'm saying, because that's a serious atrocity against the people of Jamaica. It's a criminal offense. And I want Jamaica to listen to me now. Paula Llewellyn, the DPP, would have acknowledged of this wrongdoing as what the JLP, Jamaica Labour Party, had done. A criminal offense. Soliciting the votes of people buying votes. That, to me, and by the books, it's a criminal offense. Paula Llewellyn did not insert herself into this situation. Today, as we speak, no one has been questioned about this. But this blatantly was done. You have heard the wonderful prayers that Andrew Holness praying, asking for forgiveness. Speaking about the sins that he had committed against Jamaica, but still executing an assault like this upon the Jamaican people by insert a candidate that the people don't want and deny the people of their truthful political representation. This is a fundamental wrong. This is one of the reasons Donald Trump also facing prosecution for these similar sins that he had committed. Now, to show you that their sins are not going to be forgiven because of the hypocrite they are. Now, people, we had seen Juliet Holness, who had recently became the Speaker of the House, corrected Angela Brown-Burke as it relates to our native language, right? And showing her dictatorship spirit, right? To say she's strong and mighty. So strong and wrong. But I'm going to show you the hypocrisy of these autocrats. On the next clip, without any further ado, let us play it for you that she who, right, had corrected, as according to her, as it relates to standards in Parliament, not to speak patois in Parliament. She herself had spoken patois in Parliament. And so you see, this is who they are. Hypocrites. Without any further ado, let me play this clip.
Okay, let me just share it again. Happy Friday, everyone.
Members, let me take this opportunity at the commencement of today's sitting to publicly thank the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden, for her warm letter inviting me to join her, along with First Lady of the Ukraine, Mrs. Olena Zelenska, in recognition of World Mental Health Awareness Day. In the same vein, I'm therefore inviting the members of this honorable House to join me in recognizing today, October 10, 2023, as World Mental Health Awareness Day. Dr. Biden has also asked that we join her in amplifying the phrase, "It's okay not to be okay." And while we here in Jamaica like to make it a habit, taking teeth, keep a heart bun.
Stop it right
it's
there.
Important that we encourage those who are
Stop
not
it right there.
okay.
Okay, people, take away that document. So then, my people, there is Juliet Holness, right? Rephrasing, taking teeth, cover heart bun, right? Now, look at what Angela Brown-Burke said. One diggy. She said more phrases in patois than Angela Brown-Burke. One diggy. And she's saying, take king teeth, cover heart bun. And so then you see what I'm saying as it relates to the hypocrisy of this government, the autocratic spirit and leadership style that they have. that they run things. Don't you trouble Zion, because they are Zionists. And so then you don't see their wrong and call them out on their wrong. Mr. Dave said, Mystic, that prayer, it's the only true conjure who will speak from his mouth. Trust me. I believe you. Now, I just want to show the Jamaican people that we are not here just jumping on the government because we want to jump on the government's sake and what some people say because we hate Andrew, and every Friday we come, we bash the man and we just step on the man. So we are talking about good governance and we are highlighting the hypocrisy. It was Juliet Holness who had corrected Angela Brown-Burke about her patois phrase. Now, then what is good for the goose has to be good for the gander. And so then, if she is correcting Angela Brown-Burke, she recently did that after correcting Angela Brown-Burke. And this is the hypocrisy of that, because she's saying that she run things. She said what she wants to say anytime. Jamaican people, we can't stand for these things. Checks and balance, transparency and accountability, and most of all, good governance. That's what we need. No form of dictatorship. This behavior is showing you a dictatorship principle. Now, where I'm going to go, I'm going to step up the things. I'm going to turn up the heat. And so then I'm going to get into an investigation. And I'm going to defend tonight the Integrity Commission. And we are going to mash down the Integrity Commission Act Section 53, subsection 3 tonight. Now the people of Jamaica need clarity, right? And whether or not, Welton Cardinal, forgiveness must be preceded by repentance. All right, not just lip service. And you have seen that, Welton. That's what we are saying. Now, let me get back there. Because the Prime Minister, I'm going to expose the Prime Minister tonight. And I'm not going to wait. Right? Because we have seen the corruption clear. And I am going to go on the government website and show the people, show Jamaica, for people who want to hear the truth. Patricia Williams, boy, Andrew dry eyes, sir. Seems as if he never even read over the prayer before he read it. Well, it is what it is. I am going to take people through the investigation as it relates to what the Integrity Commission investigated, right, when Andrew was the Minister of Education. And I am going to show people that the Integrity Commission was on point and that the corruption prosecutor was dead. Number one, there's no statute of limitation when it comes to criminal offense. And for the corruption prosecutor to have Andrew slide that she claimed insufficient evidence, it is wrong. And I'm going to show the people why she was wrong, dead wrong, and still wrong. So I hope now that the Integrity Commission, as it relates to these 6 members of Parliament, use that case as an example, that all the I's cross, all the T's, with this time around, right? And making sure they close the case accordingly. So without any further ado, right, let us go into the next document, right? And show you the hypocrisy of Andrew Holness' government. Now, let us get the other document, right, to show you their autocratic behavior. And then after this document, we'll be getting into the investigation. Okay. Holness to announce accountability measures for parliamentarians shortly. All right. And this was on May 19, 2023. Right here from his own mouth. In the wake of backlash over the massive pay hike for parliamentarians, Prime Minister Andrew Holness has stated he will soon be announcing a series of accountability measures for members of parliament, MPs, and cabinet ministers. Unfortunately, by virtue of how it has unfolded, we were not able to put first and foremost the accountable measures, Holness said in St. Catherine on Friday. Holness also disclosed that the measures have already been developed, as according to him. On Tuesday, Finance Minister Nigel Clark outlined wage increases of over 200% for the Prime Minister, his deputy cabinet ministers, and juniors, as well as members of Parliament. With the new rates, the Prime Minister's salary moved from $9.1 million to $25.2 million. Effective April 2023, while the opposition leader's salary moved from $22.7 million from $8 million. The Prime Minister's salary is set to increase to $28.6 million next year, April, while the opposition leader will move to $25.7 million. The opposition People's National Party has come out against the massive pay hike to parliamentarians, despite initially saying it had no objection. Holness today disclosed there were some in the government that also believe the increases should not be implemented at this time. My sense of the public response is that there are those who appreciate why it was done, and you can even see it from the opposition benches, though they are conflicted and flip-flopping. But even then, they understand the importance of the measures, Holness stated. Holness said our MPs and cabinet ministers are now committed to ensuring they earn their salaries. The argument with the MP caucus is that having got this increase, we must now prove to Jamaican people, and this is important. People, listen to this paragraph. The argument within the MP caucus is that having got this increase, we must now prove to the Jamaican people, even harder than we were working before, that the increases are justified, he said. Right? So let us take that away. Now, people, let me say this to you. This man who tried to justify the increase said that they are going to work harder, more efficiently. Let me tell you something, Jamaican people, and what you need to know is that they have gotten the increase and their performance is worse than before. Their performances is worse than before. Hence, the 200% increase cannot be justified based on their performance to date. He promised that, of course, you will have performance standard, matrix, and job description. But where did they put their performance matrix? In Parliament? When it's supposed to be in the constituency? The people are being represented from the constituency. Things that need to be fixed in the constituencies. go back to what I said, that Andrew Holness is a political artist. You can't put a crown on the head of a clown. It will be a circus show. Well done, Cardinal. You are so right, sir. This is more than a circus show. Now, when you look at this government performance, after the increase, it is worse prior to the increase. So there you have it. When I say clear, the Prime Minister recently came to Canada, and where the Canadian Prime Minister is talking about good economic performance. Someone licked them head. Good economic performance? Are you kidding me? Where Andrew Holness in 2015 tell you point blank that the more you borrow money from the IMF, which is true, that you put the country under more pressure. I know. After saying that in 2015, right? Speaking about the People's National Party borrowing money and passing the IMF, but saying that passing the IMF put the country into a financial bind, because of course the IMF is going to set the policies. And so then, when IMF is setting the policies, what a lot of people don't know, that certain programs that the government used to subsidize, they can't subsidize it anymore. Because the discipline towards the IMF payment must adhere to. And then the IMF is going to make these decisions as it relates to how they can be paid back by you not fixing those community roads and community bridges. And this is one of the reasons why. And so then, here is Andrew Holness today as we speak. Today as we speak, saying he passing the IMF test and getting more loans. When he, Andrew Holness, know very well that every time we borrow, inflation increases, putting the Jamaican people under more pressure, and he knows that. He said it in 2015. He said it, but here is Andrew Holness in government executing animal farm policy. Napoleon, the pig. Napoleon, the pig. Now, let's get into more serious part of the day. We are going to get into, because there are words in the streets. Let me say this. There are words in the streets that Andrew Holness, along with Juliet Holness, are a part of the six. Okay, let us blow up that a bit. And we are going to dig as to why certain allegations, Elga pressure, when poor get up, the whole world disturbed. Now, let us speak. Let us speak. So then, let us go back in time to have an understanding why Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness would be a part of the 6. So for tonight, we don't want to know about anyone else. And so then while Juliet Holness continuing to beat in the gavel, what do you call it, Donnie? The gavel, beating the gavel, we know that the gavel soon leave her hands. So let us get into it. Now, I am going to bring up a document for us to read it all. And I'm going to show you something. Right? Okay. So the next document that I am going to present, because we are going to, right? Because remember, and one of the reasons why I am going to do this, because Andrew Holness allowed me to formulate my opinion. Remember last week, right? I read to you, my subscribers, that 18 degrees north, right? Zara Burton approached the Prime Minister and asked the Prime Minister, Prime Minister, can you say to the Jamaican people that you, along with your wife, are not a part of the 6th person that the Integrity Commission is pursuing as it relates to their investigation? Now, if I was the Prime Minister, right, and I have nothing to hide, and to put my position in the light, and to say to my Jamaican people that, look, the accusation is wrong against me. And so then it would be my responsibility as a Prime Minister to guide my Jamaican people, my Jamaican people in that light. Gilmore Jared. Byron, if you observe, you know that the pay hike is the only legislation passed in Parliament, that no parliamentarians having any issues. Before all of them benefit. That's why everybody tight-lipped. That's so true, Jaro. And so then, because of that sort of negative spotlight, wouldn't I want to clear my name, right? And make sure that, okay, I am going to face an election. There are 2 elections coming up. Local government election and a general election, right? And I don't want these issues, right, to haunt me. And you are going to tell me that the Prime Minister did not shed a light? The Prime Minister dodged the question? Then if the Prime Minister dodged the question, when a direct question asked of the Prime Minister, can you hear me to say it's a direct question, straightforward question? There was nothing tricky in the question. A straightforward, direct question that was asked by Zara Burton to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, are you able to say to us that you are not a part of the 6 being investigated? The Prime Minister did not bear any confidence of such and could not say definitively to Zara Burton that no, I am not a part of the 6. Then my question, is the Prime Minister aware that he's a part of the 6? And so forth, then couldn't answer, and then using his political weapon that I previously described as it relates to the gag order to work for him, to cover him, because that's what it seems like to me, that the Prime Minister dodged the question and depend on the gag order to cover him and shield him. knowing that he has installed the extension of a DPP time to not look into the matter. I have no interest in this matter to pursue him. I'm showing you his weapons. So a question like that coming from Zara Burton, a very good investigator, right? And he dodged that question. I tonight is going to formulate my opinion based on past investigation and what was missed by the corruption prosecutor. And tonight we are going to go through it and we are going to prove it, right? That he, Andrew Holness, for me, I convicted him. I found him guilty as charged. Let me begin. Serious 2, the country passing IMF test and the masses suffer. That makes no sense. And you're perfectly right, Sue. So people, you know, Mystic Sensation, right? You know how they do their things, right? My wife is one of the best co-pilots. So when we take off, right, from any airport, we are going to land in any destination of our choice safely. And so then, let us navigate as it relates to the IC. What I'm going to show you people, I'm going to show you the procurement rules and the government website and show you where Andrew Holness and where the corruption prosecutor, right, failed to deliver what the Integrity Commission had investigated and put on her desk for her to rule on it. Show you where she messed up. Now, let us proceed. First, we are all going to get into the procurement guidelines. And so then, for me, right, as an investigator who work for large companies, and when persons breach the company's policy, one of my first approach is to ask the person about that policy that was breached. And the reason for me to ask the person about that policy that was breached is to find out whether or not the person was educated about the policy or the person have any awareness of that policy. And that is my first approach in most of my investigations. And I have investigated within large retail companies in the world. I have done those investigations. Certified investigator. So we now go to the procurement rules. Andrew Holness would have been aware of the procurement rules. This is the first thing. So I'm going to bring up the procurement rules and let us all read it. Straight up, let me hear. Straight up, let those who are praising Ligel visit the hospitals or drive on the interior roads or swim in the water that's flooding downtown. Thank you straight up for that. Thank you straight up. So let us go into the procurement rules because he wants to take Jamaican people, right, that we are stupid. But guess what? We are on social media and we are Andrew Holness' problem today. Not his minions who are on social media who doesn't know their head from their toe. We are here. And we are going to highlight. So let us go to the procurement rules and let us read the procurement rules, all of us. And I'm going to show you the blatant corruption. Let us go to that.
Let me just bring that up. There we go, procurement laws.
Okay.
Okay.
So there we have it, the procurement policy. And let me show you, people, that this is, there it is, the government of Jamaica. I'm not getting it from anywhere else, right? Procurement laws public procurement laws or legal provisions which regulate the purchasing and the procuring of services and goods by the government, its authorities, and its institutions. So let us go to the policy where Andrew Holness is concerned. Procurement policy, the government of Jamaica, under the authority of the cabinet, hereby promulgates public sector procurement policy in the acquisition of goods, works, and services with the objectives of maximizing economy and efficiency in the procurement. Fairness. People, look at the second bulletin. Fairness, integrity, and public confidence in the procurement process. Sustainable development through minimizing negative impact on the environment and fostering national growth and development. In pursuit of these objectives, the government of Jamaica shall ensure that, number one, public sector procurement policies apply to all procurement of public sector entities, including central government ministries and departments, local government authorities, statutory bodies, executive agencies, public enterprises, and any other government entity in which government of Jamaica owns majority share and or otherwise exercises control over the operations of the entity, including an entity acting on behalf of the government. Two, value for money is primary, with particular attention to efficiency, effectiveness, quality, and sustainable development for the long term. Three, systems are transparent, coordinated, and uniform service-wide. Procurement decisions reflect a commitment to minimization of the negative impact on the environment, disaster preparedness, and emergency management as contained in the Government of Jamaica Environmental Guide to Green Procurement. With due regards to international and or regional obligations, public sector procurement shall, as far as practical, provide opportunity for capable domestic contractors to participate in the provisions of goods, services, and works on a sustainable and efficient basis as an integral part of the process of national development. As far as consistent with objectives of this policy, the public sector procurement active shall be conducted fairly. Let me read back the slide, because this is where we are going to speak about, right? Bulletin 6. As far as consistent with the objectives of this policy, the public sector procurement activities shall be conducted fairly, allowing for equal treatment of suppliers, recognizing the need of the flexibility in the application of the procurement modalities. Although competitive tender is the primary mode, the use of limited tender shopping and direct contracting through negotiation or sole source processes, due consideration to the nature and circumstances of the procurement is permitted. Let us take this away for a while. I could get into the act, but I am not for this time going to get into the act. So I am going to speak now where it comes to the fairness of the situation that Andrew Holness was investigated by the Integrity Commission when he was the Ministry of Education between the period of 2006 to 2009. Let us go into that. Andrew Holness would have understood the procurement rules. Number one, people, let us start. Andrew Holness would have understood the procurement rules as it relates to fairness in the procurement rules and the bidding process. Now, let us talk about that. Now, Andrew Holness between 2006 to 2009, right, influences contract to go to Gavin, influences contract to go to Gavin while he was in the Ministry of Education, right? Knowing very well that him and Gavin were the sole director of the company, that he influenced these contracts to go to over $28 million worth of contract. As according to the procurement rules, even if you're allowed as the minister to make a recommendation, on the basis of that recommendation, you, the minister, right, should not have that level of association as it relates to you and Gavin being the director of the company. And not only you and Gavin being the director of the company, you, Gavin, and Juliet Holness listed as the directors of the company. And it was more than one company. So let us talk true to term here, people. That you influence, being the Ministry of Education, influences these contracts, right, to Gavin. That's surely conflict of interest, because number one, what you have avoided the free trade process. People, listen to me. Andrew Holness totally avoided the free trade process, allowing other persons to bid on the contract. He did not give other persons the opportunity to bid on the contract, but recommend, right? Recommend those contracts to himself, because him and Gavin are the directors of the company. That's conflict of interest 101. Conflict of interest 101. Now, when you look at that and see, Christopher, not just your opinion, he said all the thinking Jamaicans should raise the voice in concert. Right, that's true, and that's what I'm doing right now. So when you look at that, right, other contractors were not given the opportunity to bid on those contracts that was awarded to Gavin. The IT investigated that and found out that Andrew Holness and Gavin and Juliet Holness are the owners for the company. That's conflict of interest. That's breaching of the procurement rules. Why Andrew Holness was not being prosecuted? Now let us read. Let us read. Why? As according to the corruption prosecutor. Let us read what the corruption prosecutor said. So we will find its evidence.
Okay.
Let us read, people. Let us read.
Again, happy Friday. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for still being here. Really appreciate each and everyone's support. And that was...
So my people, here it is, it's here.
Yes, it's shared.
Go from top on, let people see where it is coming from.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so the Observer, right? Scroll on.
Yes, I'm lining it up properly.
No charges. Go up top. No charges. Director of Corruption Prosecution says evidence is insufficient. That's bullshit. Let us scroll down. The Integrity Commission's Director of Corruption Prosecution has ruled that no charges are to be brought against Prime Minister Andrew Holness in relation to a conflict of interest accusation leveled at him over 2 contracts awarded to a company owned by a friend of his 14 years ago when he was the Education Minister. A similar ruling was made in relation to the National Works Agency, Minister of Education, and the Social Development Commission pertaining to breaches of the public sector procurement regulations committed between 2006 and 2009. The ruling, signed by Director of Corruption Prosecution Keisha Prince Kamika on January 12, 2023, was made public on Thursday, 2 days after the Integrity Commission tabled in Parliament its October 4th, 2022 report on its investigation, in which it stated that honest, here it is, people, honest had been referred to the Director of Corruption Prosecution. In its report, the Integrity Commission said its Director of Investigation probed allegations that contracts had been awarded to Westcon Construction Limited between February 2007 and November 2009, and that there is a connection or relationship between owners and the proprietors, Robert Javing and Donovan Simpson. According to the Commission, the investigation sought to ascertain inter alia, A, the nature and particulars of government contracts that were awarded to Westcon during the relevant period. B, the nature and extent of the relationship between owners and the directors of Westcon. C, the extent of the involvement, if any, of owners in the award of government contracts to Westcon. D, whether the circumstances surrounding the award of contracts and or the processes utilized by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, right? The NWA, the SDC, was devoid of irregularity and impropriety and was fair and transparent. The Commission said it found that a total of 10 contracts were awarded by the Ministry of Education. People, let me read back over that. Let me read back over that. The Commission said it found that a total of 10 contracts were awarded by the Ministry of Education to Westcon during the period February 14, 2007 and November 10, 2009. Of the 10 contracts, only 5 were reported to the Office of the Contractor General by the way of the Education Ministry's quarterly contract award QCA reports for the period. The Commission said that the direct contracting procurement methodology was utilized in one instance, and it was disclosed by the MOYI that this criterion for the lowest responsive tender was utilized in the remaining 9 instances. The 10 contracts awarded by MOYI were between the contracts values of $1,413,439 and $3,360,650 and a cumulative value of $21,882,491, the Commission said. It also reported that by way of statutory requisition dated May 17, 2017, it sought to ascertain whether honest had a knowledge of the circumstances, right, surrounding the award of contract to Westcon by the Ministry of Education. Right. B, played any role or executed any functions in the respect of the award of contracts to Westcon. C, made the decisions or gave any directives in the relationship to the process for the award of contracts to the company. However, in a ruling, the Director of Corruption Prosecution said in relation to the accusation against the Prime Minister, non-criminal charges can be laid as additional material made available failed to contradict or provide more evidence in support of the offenses contemplated. Bullshit. Regarding the NWA SDAC, Prince Kamika said, though evidence has been identified sufficient, here are the hypocrites. Here the situation. Regarding the NWA, right, and the MOEYI and SDC, Prince Kamika said, although evidence has been identified sufficient to mount charges for the noted offenses, the prosecution would be hard-pressed to resist an abuse of process application with regard to undue delay. This is bullshit in its nature. So what she's talking about statutory statute of limitation, right at this paragraph, she's speaking about statute of limitation. Although evidence has been identified sufficient enough to mount charges for the noted offenses, the prosecution would be hard-pressed to resist an abuse of process application with regard to undue delay. Additionally, in relation to the SDC execution director, Dr. Dwayne Vernon, who was accused of willfully making a false statement to mislead the contractor general. That is Greg Christie. The Director of Corruption Prosecution said the evidence does not reveal a prima facie case with a realistic prospect of conviction in relation to the alleged offense. Kamika, you shouldn't put yourself in that way. You are not the one to decide. You should have passed the case on in the judiciary, in the court system, for the judge to decide on this. Not you, Kamika. Therefore, no criminal charges are being recommended in respect of this offense. Take this away. Let me talk to the people. Take this away. Let me talk to the people. Now, let me talk to you now, my people. Number one, from once the investigation revealed, one, that Andrew Hornets and Gavin are the sole owner of the company. That's conflict of interest 101. I want any people to question me on that. From once the investigation revealed that the Prime Minister is a director of the company, Gavin is a director of the company, Juliet Owens is a director of the company, and the Ministry of Education, where Andrew is the minister of that portfolio. Right? What evidence that Kamika would want to prove conflict of interest in the United States? That could not have happened. We have seen people being prosecuted for that. That's clear conflict of interest. Andrew Holness, who is the Minister of Education. Contract passed to Gavin, that him and Gavin and Mrs. Holness are directors of the company. And Kamika is talking about insufficient evidence. The insufficient evidence that Kamika is talking about right about now as we speak, right? We have allegation where members of parliament relates to illicit enrichment, where their salary cannot justify their assets. And so then this goes to prove that Kamika made a solid mistake. And so then if we find out tomorrow or shortly after, the following week or shortly month after, or when we find out that Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness are a part of the 6 members of parliament, then we look on these situations in saying that what the Integrity Commission had investigated from 2006 all the way to now, SSL case that cannot be thoroughly explained, we hold a dearness to say the information, allegation appears to be true. Appears to be true. Right? So when we look at this, what we have seen a government who install people in areas and people in its circumference, in its inner core, been found corrupted. People in Andrew Holness' inner core found corrupted. Let me remind the Jamaican people, and particularly, we are talking about the 63% who did not participate. I hope when you hear me presenting this case, you will know that you need to choose the candidate that defending integrity, good governance, transparency, checks and balance, and accountability. Mark Gordon is that person. So let us show you Andrew Honest inner core, people who surround him, what they have been aligned with. So now let us go to the other clip on the YouTube and show you his close association. You ever saying, say, show me a company and I tell you who you are. But this man was also his advisor. Without any further ado, let me give you a reminder, which we all know already, but let us, as it relates to awareness, checks and balance, as it relates to mystic sensation, let me present that to you for a reminder, to show you that his inner core, people who around him, felt a prey, right? As it relates to criminal charges. Now, without any further ado, let us bring up that clip just for a reminder.
We have in the bulletin. Former Education Minister and co-accused to return to court in June. PSOJ concerned about standard of living in Jamaica. And later in sports, Issa still unsure about ruling regarding KC athlete at Champs. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kalisha Williams, and here are the details. Former Education Minister Ruel Reid and former Caribbean Maritime University President Fritz Pinnock, along with their 3 co-accused, are to return to the Kingsland St. Andrew Parish Court on June 12, pending the outcome of a judicial review. A new judicial review of the case, which was heard in February before a single judge, has been set for May 7 to 8 to be heard before a panel of 3 judges. The Supreme Court is to review a ruling that Mr. Reid and his co-accused have a case to answer over their alleged corruption actions. Chief Parish Judge Chester Crooks had ruled last February that the accused who are implicated in a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme had a case to answer. The judge's ruling was in response to a preliminary objection raised by Mr. Reid and Mr. Pinnock on the basis that the charges against them should be nullified, as the Financial Investigations Division, which leveled the charges, had no authority in law to arrest or charge them. Mr. Reid and Mr. Pinnock took issue with the decision after Justice Crooks declared that he was recusing himself from the trial because of a perceived conflict of interest and sought a judicial review. It was later revealed that the conflict was in relation to the judge's attendance at Monroe College while Mr. Reid was head boy. For a second consecutive day,
all right. So people, I am showing you what we call MO, modus operandi of a particular behavior where it comes to Andrew Honest and people in his inner core. Now we have that. Let me show you another instance as it relates to his inner core. Now let us play. Yeah. Okay. So we are just going to show you the pattern. The pattern. Okay. Finance minister. People, this is one of the sad stories to tell you about the corruption. And as it relates to Nigel Clark, playing into the corruption, dipping into the corruption. Finance minister withdraws surcharge against Grace McLean. The government has withdrawn the surcharge notice that Dr. Grace McLean, the interdicted acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education and Youth, was allegedly responsible for the loss of 11.2 million arising from payments made to the Joint Committee for Tertiary Education. McLean was sent on interdiction in January last year as the government said it suffered financial losses because of the payment. Oh boy. King's Counsel Peter Champagny and Attorney at Law Nico Pagan, who are representing McLean, said today that they will now be taking steps to have her entire status revisited. The Financial Secretary, Darlene Morrison, sent a letter dated September 20, notifying McLean that the surcharge notice was withdrawn. The letter stated that the surcharge notice was withdrawn because 3 years had passed. Hence, the notice was not legally enforceable. So you see what they are doing, people? Talking about time delayed and all of that nonsense. You understand? To make them friend, right? Commit atrocities against people, right? And then use tactics and all sorts of strategies. Now, please note that the surcharge proceedings have been terminated on the following basis. The Auditor General Department Surcharge Review Committee report indicates that Dr. Grace McLean allowed the transfer of $11,239,991.05 to the JCT between April and June 2020. Section 20 of subsection 2 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act states that no such surcharge shall be made after the expiration of a period of the 3 years from the date of such failure to collect, improper payment, payment not duly vouched, deficiency, loss, or destruction, as the case may be. Given the above, surcharge is at the time not legally enforceable as the prescribed period within which surcharge can be affected as elapsed, the letter stated. Take that away. I don't even want to read it any further. Now, my people, again, I tell you that Jamaica Labour Party government, who led by Andrew Holness, taking a playbook out of Donald Trump. That what Donald Trump normally does, that when he finds himself into corruption bind, he try to delay, and stretch. So you have seen this government following the same pattern, the same basis of out of Donald Trump playbook. That's simply what it is. Wilton Cardinal, there is no statute of limitations on corruption. Exactly, Wilton, none. But these, you have seen the blatant. It's as if they are saying that the Jamaican people are so tough and they are so. It's just like they belittle our intelligence, right? But guess what? We are here. Pure Energy, he would rather break the IC than to face any accountability, which is so true. And that's what they are trying to do. Damage the Integrity Commission. The GG asleep. Try him found him dead. Not asleep, must sleep him dead. Dead with corruption. Right? Now, when you look at these things, right? And they are talking about case overdue and this and all of that, and right, and they are committing the atrocities against the people. All of that goes to inflation. All of that, poor people have to carry all of that on their backs. And so then, as soon as this government can go, it is the better it is for Jamaican to breathe freely. Because this man has this knee in our necks. Freedom, although they may have put people in place to protect them, they will not win. The universe will not rest until they cannot rest. So true, freedom. I believe in that, my buddy. So true. To show you, for my final clip, I am going to play something to show you that this government has no absolute interest in nation building. Time and time again, I say to people that a government that attack our education system, a government that do things to disturb to interrupt, to destroy our education system cannot mean the country any good. So much damage that this country had gotten as it relates to from Andrew Holness in the Ministry of Education, to Rural Reid, to Grace McLean, and you name it. How can these people have any interest? Let me show you this clip to show you that I have no interest in it at all. Without any further ado, let us play this. PAC, the one with the green. So we can change that, all right?
Hold on, let me just see where it is.
All right. We are coming up with that document.
A video, or was it there?
I think it was there.
Okay. One sec, guys. Let me just. There's two. 1 sec. I think it is here.
Unacceptable, the reaction of lawmakers to the revelation that funds budgeted to improve schools were not spent by the Ministry of Education due to issues with procurement. The lawmakers are angry as several schools are in a dilapidated condition and could do with the upgrades. We have the details from Dwayne Anderson.
You're telling me that we just send back $249 million in one instance and 220 something in the other instance, and the school is in a way.
That's the question most MPs who are members of the PAAC want answered, following the revelation that hundreds of millions of dollars included in the Ministry of Education's budget were not used. The funds were set aside to help expand and improve infrastructure at schools.
It says from Education Transformation Program due to failed procurement. I just want to know what exactly those programs entail.
Well, from my recollection, member, that would have to do with the expansion program. So we do have the de-shifting program, we do have fencing programs, the expansion of labs and so forth. So it would be some of those schools that came onto the previous, so though it says transformation, those are previous programs, not this one that we're rolling out post the Patterson's report.
But for Central St. James MP Hero Clark, that is not acceptable, given the state of school infrastructure in his constituency.
We have that amount of money going back. It just don't sit well with John Public. When, for example, I have a school, Barracks Road Primary, that is leaking whenever it rains. The teachers have to have buckets all over this class. They have to shift the class to one side of the room.
The school he referenced was the subject of a TVJ News report weeks ago. So what is the Ministry of Education intending to do to ensure that in the future these funds reach the schools in critical need?
Why is it that the program was incorporated then for execution in this financial year if we did not pass the first phase to determine design and all of that? Why is it that we keep doing this?
Question. It's the same thing that we're deliberating now, because just last week when we sat with our minister, she asked the same question. Why are we designing the program like this, knowing full well that we can't accomplish it within the period? So, which is precisely why I'm saying that we have to go back to the drawing board and we have to design and roll out the program and communicate that information differently.
Okay. So then, my question as it relates to the procurement process, I want to know, because when you have that money already allotted, right, within a physical here, right, and it not being used, right? Now, is it a situation that they cannot find the appropriate persons who to carry out these work? What is going on? What is it? Is it a situation that, okay, they want to utilize, right, their friends and, you know, who they need to utilize, and they're having issues with that. But that goes to the callous nature, of the Jamaica Labour Party government, right? Failing our education system at every inch, right? So then that is where it is for me as it relates to my contribution for tonight. For any persons who want to call, right, they can free to call. Or if not, then I could just hand over to Wifey as it relates to Jeopardy. Right? So for any persons who want to call, right, and speak on any issue, you understand, free to call.
Let me just put the number in.
All right. So, or if not, we are going to, once again, I want to say a big thanks for persons passing through on a Friday with Mystic Sensation, right? Highlighting the issues at hand and why we need to make a positive choice as it relates to our political choice to move the Jamaican people forward, right? For better governance, of course, right? And yes, Norman Ferguson, there is no statutory limitations in Jamaica, so he can still be charged even if it was 40 years ago, definitely, right?
Okay.
Oh.
Hello, caller.
Yes, caller, you're online. Speak.
Sensation.
Yes, good night.
Pleasant good night, sir.
Yes, it seems we have a lot of issues tonight on the program concerning corruption in the education sector.
Oh, yes.
Mainly involving the government and the persons directly involved in education. Can you tell me which of the schools in Jamaica that the children of the Prime Minister attend?
Very good question, you know. And I'm not going to hesitate. I honestly don't know, but that is something that I can check out. I really don't know. But that's a very good question. And that's a very good question for me to really have that checked out as it relates to why they are definitely doing all the negatives to our education system. So, sir, honestly, I don't know that question. I don't know that answer. Sorry.
The thing is that I have not heard. I have never heard what school these children attend, and I don't think I would have my children in a system that I am crushing to the ground.
Exactly.
So you know, something is not adding up. It's either he has his children in school abroad, or they are at home being taught by private people, but something is wrong.
Scholar, I'm glad for this question for you to point out this question. This is something that, of course, I have to put some investigation to as well. And somehow that I never really, that never really dawned on me. But since you brought that up, that is something that I am going to check on. Certainly check on that. Right? That's a very good question. I know that other persons are hearing you, right? And that is, if someone in the chat knows
school, we just need to know if his children go to school in Jamaica.
Go to school in Jamaica.
Know the name of the school.
Right. We don't have to know the name of the school in Jamaica. We just, for anyone who can confirm this, right? For security reasons, right? Because we won't want to put the Prime Minister children in any form of danger. So we don't have to name the school if anyone named the school. We just want to know that does his children go to school in Jamaica? That's all we want to know. We don't want to know which school. But that's interesting. That is something that I'm going to have to check out, Carla. Very good call. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please do.
You're welcome. All right, there you have it. The first caller with a punching question there. All right.
Just take it out this.
Yeah. So thank you, caller, for that. All right, but interesting as it relates to one of the reasons why the caller asked that question was is to the fact that obviously, as it relates to the Andrew Holness-led government dealing with the education system the way they are dealing with it, right? Couldn't have any form of not having any form of sympathy on our education system, but just damaging, flatlining our education system. So, needs be that we need to ask if its children go to school in Jamaica, right? And, I mean, it is what it is. All right, so if anyone doesn't want to call in, then we will be moving into Jeopardy. Honey, the floor is yours.
Okay, again, happy Friday. Thank you so much to everyone who has joined in. Really appreciate each and every one.
Is everyone answered in the chat?
I'm just going through still.
Okay.
But just making that suggestion.
The opposition must stay away from Parliament till them name the 6. Barbara, I believe that. And no, serious. Put up what Barbara said. Right, because I mean, look, if there's a situation of that sort of dark cloud, right, that over your head, and you yourself cannot provide light within the situation, I think it is fair for both Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness, right, to suspend themselves until more clarity in the issue, right? As it relates to checks and balance, transparency, and fairness, I am not accusing, right, Andrew to say that, okay, all right, he's a part of the 6 or he's not a part of the 6. I am saying he must know whether or not he's a part of the 6, right? And for that question that was asked of him by Zara Burton, right, he did not give a definitive answer to the question, which we are, of course, it just leave us to infer that might be something obviously wrong. And I think, to be honest, that we, the Jamaican people, right, really need to know the 6 members of Parliament, right, being investigated, right? We shouldn't have been this impeachment act, as it relates to Section 53, as it relates to the muzzle clause, right, shouldn't even inserted, right, to hide away information from the public. Because again, yes, based on what they're saying, they want to defend people's credibility or defend people's character and so forth. No, we have to defend the public too. The public need to be defended from people who pilfering their tax monies. So I don't understand why the government one-sided want to protect, you understand, these people from so-called defamation, right? Where we, the people, need to be aware of what is happening as it relates to our tax money, right? We are the ones who elect the government, you understand, to work on our behalf, to represent us. So the government cannot be representing us by saying that certain information we are not to know, right? It is both parties, the PNP and the JLP, who had installed the Integrity Commission Act, both of them voted for the Integrity Commission to be in the position. So then where you have, right, the institution dealing with the corruption and investigating the corruption, I can't see why the government is moving to silent, right, the Integrity Commission. The Integrity Commission needs to speak up. The Integrity Commission Act, Section 53 and subsection 3 need to be amended. Yes, there was a call coming in. Right? And that is my input to the matter, that there shouldn't be. Answer that.
Hello, good night.
To go back to the whole aspect of the prayer that we gave with Prime Minister a couple of months ago.
Yes.
My concern is, what should have been committed against Jamaican people that he was praying against, sorry for repenting from, when he said that the country is running good?
Well, sir, that's a very good question.
Very well.
Yeah, so why?
Why was he repenting for what?
Very good question, sir. And my go ahead.
So the man is speaking with a forked tongue.
Right. But
like a snake.
so you see why I call him a political canartist. You see why I say that he's a political canartist.
Every time I go about that it proves to the world that he's lying since man created policies on earth.
Sir,
the only spot supposed to be the bad lie is probably Satan. I probably over to Satan right now.
No, and sir, I honestly believe him in dethrone Satan, honestly. Because I don't think Satan tells him so much lie. Trust me. That's why. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
No, so that if the country is running good, tell the Jamaican people that they should not vote for the PNP, because if they put him at the PNP, their color is going to be dark. Right? You come around and
praying.
You media time for sin committed against
the Jamaican people. So I mean, exactly. So I mean, and as they rightly asked, what sin has he committed? Well, he knows all the sin that he had committed, and he is confirming to us that he had committed sin against the Jamaican people. So this is it, right? And I mean, come on, if Shah Garcia until I say Shah says see deep, believe him. So
because I don't see all the contents on one side. That the only thing I would want to think that you could repent of is if something is going wrong.
Exactly.
If you have committed that sin against the Jamaican people where the countries are running good and you are purifying and you are doing all sort of things and all the rest of it, and you're genuinely concerned about that, then you come and you ask for forgiveness, both from the Creator and the people.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But if you come to the country being really good, What should talk about the remote that pray for forgiveness? What are you doing?
As somebody suggested, he did not read the script before he started. He got it last minute. He got it last minute, so there was no turning back.
Well, oh my goodness. Well, all right, sir. Thank you for calling.
One program was there, we just point out
Lie. All right. Thank you for calling. All right, same to you, sir. All right. Okay.
Hello, good night. Welcome to Mystic Sensation Live.
All right, Carl, you're all live on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
Yes, good night.
Pleasant night.
The Prime Minister and his praying. That's not even a prayer, but he has to be reminded, because he's probably somebody who doesn't even go to church or read his Bible. That King Saul, a choice of God, after he messed himself up, went to God in prayer, and God says, "No, man, you have already been rejected."
Exactly.
You have already been rejected. And when the prophet of God, Samuel, spent all night praying that God will forgive King Saul, the reply to Samuel by God was that, "Why do you spend all night praying for Saul when I have already rejected him?"
I see where you're going.
Yes, he is rejected.
Yes.
And it's just a matter of time before
Yes.
he is removed from that position.
Well, exactly. So his prayer is not going to help him, certainly, because he has already been rejected.
That's not a prayer, that was a script.
Yes.
Yeah.
God already rejected him.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. So he has no coming back. Right. Gloria has left him. But one thing for sure, my caller, is that he's admitting that he had committed atrocity against the Jamaican people. Out of his mouth, not our mouth, out of his own mouth.
Yeah.
So we all heard that.
That is so true.
Exactly.
And that was the direction. That was the direction that King Saul took.
Exactly.
He wanted to get forgiveness, and there was none for him. And he has to go now and start consult with a witch, or be a man or be a woman, as it is in our case.
Yeah. Exactly, Carla. All right.
So,
yeah, man.
That's just how it is. Going with him, and sad to say, he has found himself in that corner of rejection by the Almighty God.
Yeah. Well, you see, and definitely so. Well, guess what? And we all know that he has been rejected. So no length of prayer is not going to save him. And even if he go down into sackcloth and ashes, it doesn't make sense. He has already been rejected.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Exactly. All right, Carl. Thank you for calling. You're welcome. Okay, all right. Janet, I don't know, your comments being erased after I refresh it, gone. I don't know what is happening there, Janet. So we apologize for that, but what's the situation with that, honey?
I'm checking, I think it's YT, not because it's not us. So it has to be YT.
Okay, I don't know.
Depends on what she's commenting.
Okay, I don't know if it is Janet, if it is YT, YT just deleting that comment. Might be depend on what you commented, but it is not us removing your comment, Janet.
I'm going up.
So
I'm seeing a few.
wife is checking it out to see what is happening there. All right.
It would be YT.
So I think it is YT. I don't know what why YT erased that comment, Janet. Right. And yes, Janet, thank you for that dialogue that we had, right, for the past days. I really appreciate you talking to us, right, and give us some wisdom there. So we really appreciate that, Janet. Okay, them trying to muzzle me. I don't know why they might try to muzzle you, Janet. Right? But I don't know what YT is doing there, but it is certainly not us. We wouldn't block our Janet. No, not us. We wouldn't block our Janet.
Oh, somebody is saying put the top chat and live chat. Top chat does not always show all comments. Okay.
Okay.
I have to figure out how to do that.
Okay. I'm Daniel Taylor.
Oh, just a suggestion.
Okay, I think Margolin should bring up the demonstration of groceries in a basket, same as what Andrew Holness did when he was the opposition leader. Man, before you finish, I believe that Andrew Mark need to do that, honestly. Right, because he was there in 2015 showing a basket size, right, of what the inflation bring and what the amount of money that only can be held in the basket size. No, we want for him, honestly, someone in the People's National Party need to present a basket size similar to what he had done, and as it relates to the same cost, and see how many items that could that basket could contain as it relates to the same dollar value. It will be far less, right, to show you how terrible he is as it relates to the level of destruction that he had created in terms of the hike in inflation, to show you that he's worst, totally worst. And yet he was criticizing. But that is Andrew Holness, and that's why no prayer is not going to help him. No matter if he go down into sackcloth and ashes, there is no prayer that is going to help this man. This man is a political con artist. Clark is not going to help him. Nothing is going to help him. All right. So, wifey, you're on. All right.
I'm just looking through. Okay. Somebody can bring it Juliet, I got turn off thing like. Okay, so
freedom.
Sorry.
Freedom, Daniel Taylor. What could be more impactful is for the people of Jamaica to bring their basket to Garden House. Definitely, that's true. Take it to Garden House and show them, right?
She said it has happened again.
What is going on?
I don't know, because I'm seeing her comments. So I don't know what is happening.
Okay, so Sonia Ellis is saying, Janet, there's a comment from you at 8:32. What is happening with that?
I don't know what's happening with the comment. Happy Friday, Arthur. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining.
So bless myself, Arthur.
All right, let me just try. Not paying that any attention. Let me just try something here, Janet. I'll give you moderator for a bit. I'll give you standard and see if that makes a difference. I don't know why.
All right, Janet. My wife is giving you a moderator to see if that could assist in terms of your comment. I don't know what is happening.
She said it has been happening on other programs as well. I don't know. Really don't know, because when she's commenting, I've been seeing her comment. I don't know if some was not was hidden by YT, but her comment so far I've seen. But as you said, somebody explained that after a while most of the chat is cut off after a certain time period, and you can only see the most recent ones. And
so that's
after a while you can't see all the comments. But Janet should know that, because she's been on YT supporting different platforms and stuff.
Someone agreeing up there, so. You see?
Oh.
Okay, somebody agreeing. Byron, remember, Andrew don't like criticism. Him love to send for people in their house. Keep up the good work, Byron and wife. Bless up yourself, someone agreeing. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you for the endorsement and your support. Really appreciate it. Let me just here.
Yes, we are trying to at least respond to many persons that we are responding to, because we don't want people to be responding and we are not responding to them.
Hello, good night. Welcome to Mystic Sensation Live.
Yes, you're on air. Go ahead.
I'm not a big on too much laws in Jamaica, but I just want to ask like a couple questions.
Okay.
Like, just to take with mind.
Okay.
Basically, on the Prime Minister. I still remember when he said, "So we have to eat fish back in our way. We have to make you." So I guess it make him live in like before he was Prime Minister of Education, but to accumulate all this wealth, like. How much to pay a Prime Minister of Jamaica?
Well, okay, all right.
From the initial, because
yes,
that increase.
All right, very, very good question. So let us start from the initial stage between 2006 to 2009, where he has been being investigated in that time frame. In that time frame, I think Andrew Holness was getting between 8 point something to 9 point something million, right? Yeah, per year.
Okay.
Right.
So like that's
can't.
What is his wife profession before going into politics?
I think she was a real estate person.
Now, like doing about it, you know, me there, you're quite convicted.
Thank you.
People like who know want in the country or the country that come and tell you too much monopoly and too much people. I use the people them to gain them own local strength. Nobody not try to build the country for Jamaica, flourishing country, you know.
Thank you, man. I'm of the same concern. Trust me.
No, them are cut out. Yes, sir. Them should have planned to build some trade school. Some of them youth are just not in the direction. Send them to some trade school, make them go be more equipped for come out in the world.
Exactly, my boss. Of course.
Take something because
true.
Listen to me. I'm not gonna chastise. I'm not gonna tell anybody to do anything. But they understand when they do have a choice and you just know a certain way, it's easier for you to draw to a negative.
Well, that's true, you know.
And they're not putting out in it. Oh, for the young youths, them are for the people them over billion the country. Nobody get old enough. Who are gonna be the young one them to bring the country forward? We have to still deal with the next Golding, I will deal with the next Patterson, I will deal with the
I tell you, I feel every concern that you have, and that is one of the reasons why we are here on social media. Not my channel alone, because other channels are bringing the message across. You have the reggae dub scene, you have the Rattigan, right? You have Jeffrey Tavares. Yes.
Close to anyone that really striving to make Jamaica a better place. But man, tell you, we need more untainted individuals.
Exactly.
Because some of these people are tainted, you know. But people are for people, but it's like it can't change.
Yes.
No matter the things that the person will come, because in a good one. Still I want that same way everybody jump up, the same I jump up now, and same way everybody jump up before them sit down on this chair.
Yeah.
And then everybody change.
All right, but all right, let me see if we can help you with that, Carla. And I'm glad you mentioned that, you know, right? Because a lot of persons. No, man, you're exactly.
You have to be a Jamaican.
Exactly. And
That's what we are to a Jamaican.
okay. Yes. What I'm getting from you, Carla, is that you're a very patriotic person. And I respect, right? I mean, you know, your concerns. And so then, as it relates to Mark Golding, right? My passion towards Mark Golding was to the fact that Mark Golding has already put certain work forward, right? As it relates to, he's one of the persons that helped to craft the Integrity Commission Act, right? Because this is someone who look in the future and say, look, the country cannot run like that. It needs checks and balance. It needs the rails of justice. And he crafted it. Not only that, he go beyond that in terms of drafting an impeachment act that we don't have to wait on 5 years to vote out a member of parliament if that member of parliament do something unethical, right? There's a process of impeachment where these persons can be impeached, right? Yeah. And so then when you see an individual, right, making stride, and where you see Andrew Honest stepping on it, now, hindering it, my friend, from the onset, you'd ask yourself the question.
$200 million loan from SSL when they were just up and running.
Repeat that.
You know that Andrew had gotten a $300 million loan from SSL when he was doing his house. I didn't know SSL was a loaning agency, and I thought it was an investment firm.
All right. The truth be told to you, right? I don't have any evidence to say that Andrew Honest got loan from SSL.
Even that, I noticed they just rub that under the rug. What's happened with that?
Well, as I am saying to you, I really don't know if Andrew Honest.
The SSL issues.
Okay. Well, the SSL issue, obviously, right? This government want to sweep it under the rug, make many efforts, telling many lies, claiming that FBI was investigating, claiming that Kroll was investigating, and none of that item is true.
No, they're saying that they find insurance money to refund all those.
You understand what I'm saying? So the SSL, there's nothing transparent about the SSL relating to this government. Remember, my friend, that the primary person who is the culprit of SSL, which is Jean Ann Pantan, right? She came out and said that she was coerced by Hugh Craskery, the owner of SSL, to say what she had said. And you are going to tell me, in light of that, Carla, the Craskery, upon this time, as we speak, you and I speak, has not been questioned by any of the police? No, exactly. So it goes to show you, right, the corruption, apparent corruption of this government. But when it comes to him getting loan from SSL, I have no evidence, such evidence.
What they say in the Russian term is like when brown beer, hooligans.
Hooligans, yes. You're perfectly right. You're perfectly right with that, Carla. Right? And you know, the people need answers. Right? The people need answers. But you have seen,
I know that in Jamaica and everything.
yes,
If they would just understand the plight of the people, Jamaica shouldn't have to be so hard.
exactly. And that's
We
why,
have everything there to provide for ourselves and self-sustain ourselves.
and Carla, you know the funniest thing? You have countries in the Caribbean like Barbados, Cayman, who have far way less resources than us and doing better than us.
All right.
So that's the answer for you. All right.
Jamaica should have been into a system by this where simple as it is. I know it kind of get people lazy, but it should have even have something where you know so every household can get a local stipend at a month. Jamaica is one of the fastest money-making places I've ever seen. I never see a place make money like in Jamaica. And believe me, I live in New York City at the moment. Jamaica missing money move. If you know for make money make. So what is the country doing?
Corruption.
With a young person who try to develop themselves for our saver, the country break it down. Like I'm looking at the whole hero circle situation the other day, and I'm not saying that it is right for that lady to be doing that, but I'm just thinking, rather than giving the guys $14 million, and I'm not going to give the people them. I tell you, if I give me $1 million, I'm going to call some of my friends them. I can't feel a better place than that people sell crap.
That's so true. But the important thing, Carla, was to the fact that a place like that dealing with food, right? And then there was no sanitary convenience that built. That is my question.
He's not doing nothing right. So that man tell the boss, Rainable contributed $14 million for the erection of that place. Imagine, man, tell her that you give me $1 million, my friend, and be like better place than that with bathroom and running water and all the necessary amenities.
Oh, geez. Man, the corruption is so blatant that whenever jail people...
It's in every corner, and it's not just say the Prime Minister, but them say you want to kill a snake, you have to chop him off from the head, you know, come all the way down, you know.
Exactly.
If they don't make example of these people who are just doing whatever they feel and feeling that we can never do nothing about it.
Yes. Well, you know, that's it, Carla, and I'm glad that, you know...
Thank you very much, and I wish you a blessed night.
Same to you, sir.
And take care and keep on putting out the very informative information, and take care of yourself, sir.
All right, thank you, and same to you, sir.
Thank you for calling.
All right.
Okay. All right, guys, so we are going to go into Jeopardy. Thank you so much for everyone who has joined in and is still here. Really appreciate the continued support. And as I keep saying, we don't take it for granted. You could have been doing something else on your Friday night and you choose to be with us. So really, really appreciate it. Yo-Yo, thanks. My first time here, but I see familiar faces. Okay. Thanks, Yo-Yo, and welcome again. Thank you so much for joining in. All right. So thank you so much, Baron, for the continued insightful and informative discussions that you bring every week. Thank you to everyone who called in. Really appreciate your input. And for everyone in the chat, really appreciate everyone's input. All right, so now we are going to go into Jeopardy, where we play for credit. So it's $1,000 Jamaican credit. Did you sell our flow to the person with the most points? And then we have 4 runners up of 500 Jamaican dollars each. Did you sell our flow to those runners up? Let me just get the template up here. All right, let me just share the screen so we can see the categories for tonight. And remember that the question is in the form of a statement and you answer in the form of a question. If it's the name of a place or a thing, it is what is, and then the answer. And if it's the name of a person, it is who is, and then the answer. So tonight's categories are Jamaican proverbs, Jamaican riddles, scrambled letters, antonyms, and mathematics. So to start, I'm gonna throw out a category and for how many points, and the first one that I see is what we're gonna start with. And whoever answers the question correctly will choose the next category and for how many points, and so forth and so on until the board is empty. Subscription is free. You are free to hit that subscribe button. There is no fee to do so. We don't ask for any contribution or any money over here. If you choose to, then it's up to you, but we do not ask for anybody to contribute anything because we are here for nation building.
Exactly. This channel will never ever do anything like that.
So we're here for nation building, educate, and inform people so that we can make more informed decisions. We are Jamaicans first and foremost. All right, so it's a mega vote with it and send me. All right, so I see Empress, welcome Empress. She's under Island Things. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for
bless yourself, Empress. Bless yourself, Janet. Bless yourself.
Welcome. I know you've been here.
All these people, Jeopardy time.
5G people them know.
All right.
All right. Okay. All right. So let's throw out the category. Welcome. It was making a comment.
What is the best way to send a strong message to Jamaica?
It's a good question because the amount of messages that is being sent and it feels as if it's serious, it's deaf.
Well, I mean, it's just that the people need to galvanize and march against certain injustices. Let me answer some. Okay, so someone in green said, Byron, what is the best way to send a strong message to the Jamaican leaders? Well, for me, the strongest way to send a message to the Jamaican leaders is that the people of Jamaica need to galvanize peacefully, that is, and march against injustices, right? March for transparency. If majority of the Jamaican people galvanize and march as it relates to revealing the 6 members of parliament, then the majority, the power of the people, right, will send a strong message to this government. If the masses of the people march for transparency. So that is the strongest way that we can send a message.
Okay, Sonia, anyone can play. You just choose the category and answer the question that is gonna come up in the form of a question. So the question is in a statement, and you answer in the form of a question that is what is or where is or who is. If it's the name of a person, it's who, and you only get to choose if you answer the previous question correctly. If you do not have a Jamaican number, you can still play and you can donate your credit to someone in the chat who is in Jamaica, or if you have a family member that you want the credit to go to, I can do that as well, because some people do that weekly. Either donate it to someone in the chat or they give it to family members. All right, so let's see which category first came up. I see category there, and then somebody else put out something. So let me just go up a bit to make sure I did not miss anything. Clifton, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the endorsement and support. And Yo, thank you for joining the family. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Oh, Ricardo, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. How are you, Ricardo? Have you left cool? Was it Mandeville? All right, Ricardo is saying Proverbs for 300. Proverbs for 300. So you are going to finish the proverb, and it's the Jamaican proverb. You shake man's hand, but you So complete the proverb. You shake man's hand, but you go to my bed. Ishmael still here. Yeah. Then go to my bed. Make sure you go to the washroom. Going to bed early. Tired. Had me a pen, please. All right. All right, let's see. Jamfet, welcome. I see you've been here a while.
Bless myself, Jamfet.
Happy Saturday to you. I know you are in wee hours of the morning over there in France right now, so I really appreciate you still.
When Jamfet in the place in a Ricardo fret. Whenever Jamfet in the place, Ricardo fret.
All right, let's see.
Between them.
Let's see. Let me make sure I'm seeing the answer. Truck life. All right. We get a wake-up call this week. Okay, Jamfet. The alien. And hope you're doing better, Empress. Really glad to see you tonight.
All right.
Hope you're doing much better. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So you shake man's hand, but you not shake his heart. So you shake man's hand, but you not shake his heart. And that is for 300 points. And the explanation for that proverb is, it is impossible to detect what a person has in his mind towards you through mere physical contact. Do not therefore take people, their opinions, or their feelings for granted. Right, so you shake man's hand, but you not shake his heart. Right, and that's for 300 points. So let me refresh and see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, so let's see. Jamfet for 300 points. Now shake him hard.
Jamfet minute?
Okay. That's for 300. Doesn't like him. Okay. Chocolate say, what is kiss woman hand, but not Alice hand?
Not
What is better count your fingers? Okay, Janet came in with it as ready, but you now shake him hard. Okay. That's the chocolate coming with him arms out. All right, so Jamfet, choose the next question. I get in between you and Ricardo, Jamfet with that comment. All right. So it's the person who answers the question correctly is going to choose the next category, Sonia. So Jamfet, choose the next category, and for how many points? Those are 10 months today, but I'm okay now. Thanks, Mr. Okay, Empress. All right, so Jamfet is saying mathematics. So he's saying maths for 300. Do that subtraction. What does it say? Ricardo already like Freddie. And they are learn lol. Okay. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, so I am not going to delay. Let me just six. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is 358.3246. So that is the correct answer, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo, and that's for 300 points. Then Freedom. What Jamfet said? What a wicked, what a wicked act out of Jamfet. Then Empress, Energy. All right.
Okay, so the score as it is, Jamfet on 300 points, Ricky Ricardo, 300 points. Seems like a tight competition tonight.
All right. So Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points? So beloved when Jamfet don't know the answer.
Yeah.
The aliens are under pressure this week. May I tell you, alien Wi-Fi. Coach Andrew. All right. So Ricardo is saying math for 400. Gaurav has 918 marbles. He wants to make packets of marbles with 9 marbles in each pack. Number of marbles he will be able to make. So in each, so the number of marbles he will be able to make with the pack. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is 102. So it's 918 marbles that he had, and he wanted to put them in packs of 9. So it would be 102 packs. So number of packs he will be able to make. That's 102. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Right, let's refresh again. Ricardo, 102. Then Freedom. That's for 300 points.
300 points for Ricardo?
Yes. Then Empress, Truck Life, Jamfet, Energy, Janet. Yo, the Ricardo again. Him have the alien Wi-Fi. Sonia, need to refresh your lagging. Ricardo with the 5G. So you're lagging, Sonia, so you need to refresh your internet. Oh, you changed his mind? Okay, max for 400. Okay, hold on. Oh, it was 400 for Ricardo. Sorry, not 3. So just add 1 more 100 underneath that. Sorry, Ricardo.
So the score as it is, Jamfet on 300 points, Ricky Ricardo on 700 points.
Okay, yes, Ricardo, it's corrected. Another 100 has been added. So you're on 700 points. 700, sorry about that. And it's saying now math for 200. Oops. Linda bought 3 notebooks at $1.20 each, a box of pencils at $1.50, and a box of pens for $1.70. Linda spent this much money. So how much money did she spend on all these items? How much money did she spend on all these items? Remember, she bought 3 notebooks, and each of those notebooks is $1.20. And then she bought a box of pencils, and a box of pencils is $1.50. Box of pens is $1.70. So how much money did she spend? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So known delays, and what is $6.80 is what she spent. So you have to account for the 3 notebooks for $1.20 each, and that would be $3.60. And then you add the money for the box of pencils and the money for the box of pens, So that would give you $6.80. All right, and that is for 200 points. Let's see who first came in with the correct answer. Okay. So first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo for 200 points, then Truck Life, Freedom, Empress, Janet, Empress, okay. Oh, she didn't put a $sign, that's fine. All answers are incorrect. No $signs, all answers are incorrect. Hold on. All right. All right, so Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, Proverbs for 200. Complete the proverb. Finger never said, look here. Finger never said, look here. So complete that proverb. Finger never said, look here. I tell you, Olympic fingers. Ricardo. Great. I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is Imse look there. Or it can be or look yonder. What is Imse look there or look yonder? Two possible answers. I forgot to put the / and put the other one. So finger never said look here, Imse look there or look yonder, and that is for 200 points. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay. Professor Ricardo, I really enjoyed last week without you. Let's do it again soon. Oh my goodness. Okay, Empress, what is the look yonder? All right, so Empress with 200 points. Sorry, that is another part of the Proverbs. It can be Imse look yonder or Imse look there.
Score as it is, Empress on 200 points. Jamfet, 300 points. Ricky Ricardo, 900 points.
Okay, so let me see what Imse look there. Jump the editing. Ricardo. Jamfet put the perfect English for that. Janet. Tell you it's been proper. Okay. Oh, she must never heard these proverbs. Why am I not seeing Sonia's comment? I'm seeing them late, Empress. So I put a comment on her to okay, she said she's refreshed things. No, it's just that she was lagging. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? That's Empress. Choose the next category. Okay, she's saying scrambled for 200. Scrambled for 200. Okay, unscramble those letters, make it into a word. Unscramble those letters. Give me a sec, guys. I'm coming. Oops. Let me just do that.
Okay, the answer is N. No, Ricardo, I'm not no nice one. I'm wait until she come back. You know, so I'm not trouble, you know, I'm not interfering with wifey thing. Right? Okay, here she comes. So I'm silent, Ricardo. Ricardo said, Byron, shh. I know your segment is.
I know what some should have never drink the white rum as the doubles. Look, what? Chocolate me scramble my thing from me look me see the world. All right, let's see. All right. Let me just see if I see the correct response. Let me see. All right, so that's where it starts. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So let me just reveal, and the word is embarrassment. Embarrassment. So let's see who first, and that is for 200 points. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. Go up a little further, okay. Empress. So first on the board with the correct response is Empress. Then right behind her is Daniel. Ricardo.
Empress, much points for that?
200. Then Janet. Ricardo Byron. Shh. Then it's an Empress. You couldn't hold your fingers.
All right. So score as it is, Jamfet on 300 points, Empress 400 points, Ricky Ricardo 900 points.
All right, choose the next category and for how many points? All right, choose the category and for how many points? All right, she needs scrambled letters for 300. Okay, unscramble those letters. That's for 300. So unscramble those letters. No, sir. My God, way out of line. How she edited? Oh my God. Okay. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Renaissance? And that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So Renaissance. So let's see who first came in. Truck Life for 300 points. Then Empress, Freedom, Jamfet, Ricardo, Hush Daniel. But at least you're not doing too badly. You got the second one, but just a bit too slow for Empress. Empress is a bit faster than you. Truck Life is saying okay, megavolt. Oh, megawatt. Sorry. All right, so scramble for 100. Okay, unscramble those letters. Truck Life said, Andrew, trucker, rev up now. The word they will give me pressure, says Daniel. Oh, Daniel is lagging again. Oh.
So the score as it is, Truck Life, 300 points. Jamfet, 300 points. Ricky Ricardo and Empress, 400 points.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is international, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. Let me just refresh. Ricardo said 900 in there. Yes.
Yes, you're correct, Ricardo. 900. That's what I said.
It's not eating any of your points.
No, man.
Okay,
you know,
Empress.
I'm fair and square.
Empress, but now and again you try to shave off one or two. Just kidding, Ricardo. All right, so Empress 100 points.
So you have to Ricky. You have to Ricky for me.
Me, you know, some knows the cockroach is in a full fight. So
yeah, we eat 120 points still on the
Empress 100 points. Empress 100 points.
Empress 100 points.
Then
well, I want to take the one of Empress.
Then Janet.
All right.
Ricardo. Hold on one sec. Daniel. I don't know where to jump it, get that from. All right, and that's how the answers came in.
Okay, so Short Life and Jamfet on 300 points. Empress 500 points. Let me talk loud. Ricky Ricardo 900 points because you know like you have no years tonight, you know.
All right, so Empress is saying scrambled for 400. Is that what I saw? Yes, scrambled for 400. All right, and it's a double your score answer. So unscramble those letters. And it's a double score, so the 400 points will be added to your score, your present score, and then the overall score would be doubled. Andrew says 0 points. Not now go on for me today. Hush. You have to try and handle your fingers fast. You have to get your fingers nimble. Ricardo still the policy. I would have 500 points to shave off. What scholarship? Somebody said, what scholarship? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So, you said the fingers willing, but the brain slow. No, man, Daddy, I'm going to come for bust the brain tonight. I just put up a few letters up there. You just need to form it into words. All right. So I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is philosophical. So what is philosophical? And that is for 400 points and then double score. All right. So, you throw me off track. Let me just refresh. Let me see where I have to double check that to make sure. Double check that information just to make sure. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. I don't want nobody shout at me in any tone of words, so I am just making sure that I go as far back as where the category was requested. Empress. So 400 points added to Empress score, and then double her score, please.
Woo, Empress I want, so?
May I tell you?
Empress I want one.
Yeah, burn up the board. Then who else came in with? Then Daniel, Sonia, and that's how. We're too young to get pressure, you know, there's Daniel. Hush. All right, so Empress is gonna choose the next category, and for how many points? Okay, she's completing scrambled letters.
As it is, Empress, Truck Life on 300 points, Jamfet 300 points, Ricky Ricardo 900 points, Empress in lead 1,800 points.
Oh my goodness. All right, so unscramble these letters. Unscramble those letters. And the Empress is back, I'm telling you. Joke Life, why are you messing with Daniel about Grace calling him? Remember, you have to put what is before the answer. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is fluorescent, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. I see you try a thing, Andrew, but you forgot the what is. So let's see where you were in the scheme of things with your answer. And he would have been first, you know, but then he didn't put what is. All right, so first is Jamfet. But the spelling would have been off. Jamfet for 500 points. Jamfet for 500. Jamfet for 500 points. Started to sound like a scratch record. Then
I scratched me here now.
Yes, let me just double check the spelling. Okay, so Jamfet, then Empress, Danielle, Foxen Andrea Salt. All right. Trust me, Andrew, that would have my neck. And yeah, the spelling was a bit off. You have one E too many. Freedom says, is this a left or right brain exercise? Because each side of my brain not working. So you just have to use it, the left and right together, and not try to use the left or the right side independently. You have to combine them. Oh my God. Yes, he had it first, but he forgot Yo-Yo. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points, and whose choice is that? Jamfet.
So the score as it is, Chuck Life on 300 points, Jamfet 800 points, Ricardo 900 points, Empress 1800 points.
All right,
Jamfet. As I said earlier, tonight's game is going to be highly competitive.
All right, and Jamfet is saying math for 500. Mel had $35 and withdraw some more money from his bank account. He bought a pair of trousers at $34, 2 shorts at $16 each, and 2 pairs of shoes at $24 each. After the shopping, he had $32 left, the amount of money Mel withdrew from the bank. So Mel had $35 and withdraw some more money from his bank account. He bought a pair of trousers for $34, 2 shirts at $16 each, and 2 pairs of shoes at $24 each. After the shopping, he had $32 left, the amount of money Mel withdrew from the bank, and it's a double point answer. So if you answer that correctly, you are going to pick up 1,000 points. Thanks, Janet. Much love and appreciation to you. All right, boy, chocolate autocard last minute trip. I couldn't spell Hush Empress. Oh my God. You say Andrew thought like pigtail. Chocolate, I was talking. Oh my God. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So let me reveal the answer, and it is $111. So items bought $34 for a pair of trousers, and he bought 2 shirts at $16 each. So that would be $32 for the 2 shirts. And then he bought 2 pairs of shoes for $24 each. So that would be $48 for the 2 pairs of shoes. So you add those together, you get $114. Now he had $35 in hand prior to the purchase. So after the purchase, he had $32 left. Hence, he had to use $3 from the $35 to make up the payment for the items bought. So to find amount drawn, it is $114 minus the $3 that he took from the $35 to help to make up for the payment is equal to $111. So he withdrew $111 from the bank, and then he took $3 from the $35 that he had in hand to complete the payment. So hence he had $32 left. Hope everyone followed that. So it's $111 that he actually withdrew from the bank, and it's a double point answer. So that is 1,000 points. So let's see who first came in with. Let's see who came in with the correct response. It's all in the reasoning, guys. Oh, Jesus. Boy, Empress did the long route. You coming with the Hebrew formula again, Empress. But at least your maths are maths up. Your algorithm maths up. All right, I see the answer is Empress with $111.
Empress hit the 1,000 mark.
1,000 points for Empress. Empress had teared on the board tonight. Okay, Janet had just $1 off there. Okay. Oh, yes, I realized, Janet. So I meant didn't just use his back. Oh my God. The Empress formula is no different from me reading Chinese. She come with another one of her Hebrew formula. All right, so choose the next category, Empress, and for how many points? Okay, Empress, choose the next. Choose the next category. So people just have nothing to do. All right, riddle for 200. This is Patrol Comput USA. Wait, look. I cannot highlight that.
No.
I know, I'm just showing you that that is there. Some people have nothing to do. I don't know if anybody else can see, because sometimes that not everybody can see it. All right, so Empress in riddle for 200. Let's see. A king takes off his crown to only this man. King takes off his crown to only this man. And remember, when you're referring to a person, it's who is. King takes off his crown to only this man. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So, who is the barber? So, king takes off his crown to only this man. Who is the barber? So, that's 200 points. So, let's see who picked up those 200 points. Right, so it has to be who is, because the referring to the barber is the person. So Ricardo for 200 points, Ricardo. Then Empress, editing, Danielle. Oh my God.
So the score as it is, Jamfet on 300 points, Chuck Life on 300 points, Jamfet on 800 points, Vicky Ricardo on 1,100 points, Empress on 2,800 points.
All right. So Ricardo is saying antonym for 300 points. So 300 points for antonym. So give the opposite of that word. So antonyms is opposite. So give the opposite of that word. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is what is successor. So predecessor before, successor after. So you take over from your predecessor, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who came in with the correct response. And that is gender neutral, so it should be what is. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and someone has run up on the board, almost missed it, but it is there for 300 points. Andrew is on the board with 300 points.
All
What is
right.
successor? Then Jamfet, Empress, Ricardo, you got an S there. Then Sonia, first corrected that. Andrew, who thought no? The whole of no thought. All right.
So the score as it is, Andrew and Truck Life, 300 points. Jamfet, 800 points. Ricky Ricardo, 1,100 points. And Empress, 2,800 points.
All right. So choose the next category, Andrew, and for how many points? Andrew, choose the next category and for how many points? All right, so antonyms for 500. Okay, so what is the opposite of knowledge? Opposite of knowledge. Opposite of knowledge. Okay, good to know you're having fun, Sonia. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So known delays, and what is ignorance? So opposite of knowledge is ignorance. And that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. All right, so boy, Truck Life will come out brawling with that one they do. And Ricardo. Jamfet, what is ignorance? And that is for 500 points. So Jamfet gets 500 points for ignorance. Then Empress, energy, Sonia.
Okay, so that win propel Jamfet in the second place. Andrew and Truck Life, 300 points. Ricky Ricardo, 1,100 points. Jamfet, 1,300 points. And Empress, 2,800 points.
Welcome, Karen. Happy Friday. Becoming ignorance as well, but you have to put what is in front of the answer. And if it's the name of a person, then it's who is. All right. All right, choose the next category. And okay, so he's saying antonyms for 400. Poison, what is the opposite of poison? What is the opposite of poison? Oops. Go back up. Let me go back up. Somebody's saying Empress got it. Let me just go back up. Make sure I didn't miss anything. That's where it started. No, Jamfet came in with it first. Then Empress after Jamfet. You have to refresh the chat and then see the order in which it actually came. You just refresh again and double check just to make sure. Yep. All right. So let's see. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is antidote, and that is for 400 points. So the opposite of poison is antidote. So that is for 400 points. And tell us that all of the scholars running out. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh. Antonym. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Andrew, and that is for 400 points. So 400 points to Andrew. And then Empress, Energy, Jamfet, Ricardo, Janet, Karen, editing. All right, and that's how the answers came in. So choose the next category and for how many points.
Okay, and so the score as it is, Jamfet, Chuck Life on 300 points, Andrew on 700 points, Ricardo on 1100 points, Jamfet 1300 points, Empress 2800 points.
Ricardo. All right, so okay, so antonyms for 100. Arrival. What is the opposite of arrival? Everybody run out. Opposite of arrival. Man, everybody run out. Skip out, roll out, jump out. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is departure, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response, because everybody ran out. All right. So first on the board is Truck Life with 100 points. So Truck Life. Then Andrew, Empress, Ricardo, Jamfet. Okay, Energy, Janet, Freedom, Sonia, Ruthlyn, Karen. All right, and that's all the and then editing. So math for 100 says Truck Life. You gave Truck Life its point. Okay. Kim can walk 4 kilometers in 1 hour. Kim will walk 18 kilometers in this many hours. Kim can walk 4 kilometers in 1 hour. Kim will walk 18 kilometers in this many hours. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So known delays, what is 4.5? So 18 divided by 4. So they gave you how many kilometers she can do in 1 hour, and now asking how many hours will it take her to walk 18 kilometers. So that will be 4.5 hours, which is 18 divided by 4. All right, so let's see who picked up those 100 points. All right, so I just refresh. So first on the board is Ricardo with 100 points. Then Empress. All right, she puts it another way, 4.5 hours. Yes. Then Freedom. Freedom and Jamfet. Sorry, yeah, Jamfet and Janet.
So score as it is, struck life on 400 points. Andrew, 700 points. Ricardo, 1,200 points. Jamfet, 1,300 points. Empress, 2,800 points.
Okay, saying Proverbs for 400. Peacock hide him foot when him. Complete the Proverbs. Peacock hide him foot when him. Peacock hide him foot when him. Happy Friday, Verona. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And Peacock hide him foot when him hear about him tail. And the explanation that is a proud person does not like his little weaknesses exposed. A proud person does not like his little weaknesses exposed. And the proverb for that is peacock hide him foot when him hear about him tail. And that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so it started there. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Empress for 400 points. When him hear about him tail, then Andrew, Sonia, Karen, so we need to put what is. All right, and that's all. Gosh. Okay, is it, but GPS, should I give more power? Vote for us, please, and thank you, bro. Yes, chocolate, because look how long we're asking him for it, and he make me have to come there, come get my own. So we had the pork pit, jerk pork and jerk chicken. Delicious. Gosh, Freedom. Oh my God, Freedom said I've never heard these. All right, Empress says riddle for 300. Empress, what's behind me? Please refresh. And all right, let me refresh again. Let me refresh again. We do due diligence and refresh. All right, it starts there. No, she is ahead of you, Andrew. Refresh again, and she did put the answer twice, but the first one she had an extension to it, but then she shortened it. Yeah, so Empress did come in before. your answer came up. All right. You're seriously, let me go all the way back up there. Okay. To be to by 1/10. Okay, I see. All right, so choose the next category, Empress, and for how many points did she choose already? And I did not. One used to be at Oak, so yes. All right, riddle for 300. I don't weigh anything, but I can sink the biggest ship. I don't weigh anything, but I can sink the biggest ship. What am I? I don't weigh anything, but I can sink the biggest ship. That's for 300 points. Come through Jamfed. Let me see what Jamfed put. I don't see the answer yet. I don't weigh anything, but I can sink the biggest ship. Stupid Titanic. I see the answer that I am looking for. I don't weigh anything, but I can sink the biggest ship, and it is what is a complaint. I didn't write the riddle, people. I did not come up with the answer myself. This is the answer that was provided, so it is a complaint. All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response, and it's for 300 points.
Who get that?
I am looking to see who first. I saw who, but I'm just going back up just in case I had missed it earlier. Excuse me. Sonia. So Sonia is on the board.
All right.
With 300 points. Then Empress. Yes, it's complaint. That's the answer they provided.
All right, so the score as it is, Sonia on 300 points, Chuck Life 400 points, Andrew 700 points, Ricardo 1200 points, Janfet 1300 points, and Empress 2,800 points. Seems like Empress is going to take home the show tonight.
All right. Oh my goodness, choose the next category and for how many points? That is something we have got to try a reason out. Chocolate. I guess the complaint and the captain get upset and make the ship sink. Me don't know. Or they're not talking about a literal ship, because a complaint can put any institution in disrepute if the complaint is a bad complaint. Or all right, so they're congratulating Sonia, and like new blood to give challenge. They're congratulating Sonia and making the board. So Sonia, choose the next category and for how many points. So choose a category off the board, and for a point, like 100 or 500. We have antonyms left, Jamaican riddles and Jamaican proverbs. That still has points. Ricardo, where you bringing candles? Where you bringing out the candles? So Sonia is saying Proverbs for 500. So complete the Proverbs. I know everything that come from above. I know everything that come from above. So complete that Proverbs. I know everything that come from above. That is for 500 points. I know everything that come from above. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is a blessing. So I know everything that comes from above, a blessing. So it means enjoy those blessings which come from above, but do not be misled by deceivers who use their superior positions to dispossess the unfortunate. Again, enjoy those blessings which come from above, but do not be misled by deceivers who use their superior positions to dispossess the unfortunate. That's the meaning of the proverb. I know everything that comes from above, a blessing, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. Great. That's where it starts. Okay, energy. Energy got one. So energy is on the board with 500 points.
Wow.
People points in trouble.
This is serious.
People are in trouble. So a blessing. Then Janet also got that. Ricardo, Andrew, Empress, Carmen.
So the score as it is, Sonia on 300 points, Struck Life 400 points, Energy 500 points, Andrew 700 points, Ricardo 1200 points, Jamfed 1300 points, and Empress 2,800 points.
Okay. Let's see what. Yes, Spirit is finally on the board. And what's wrong with Andrew Fisher? Okay. All right, choose the next category, energy, and for how many points? Ricardo, may you burn down the place with all them candles you're lighting, you know. Make sure they're not near to a curtain. All right, choose the next category. Points. Empress, you joining him now and putting real fire to blaze. So energy is saying riddles for 400. The difference between a plantain and a tailor, and that's a double point answer. So whoever answers this correctly is going to get 800 points. The difference between a plantain and a tailor. What is the difference between a plantain and a tailor? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is the plantain most fit to cut? that is mature and to cut is the harvest, and the tailor must cut to fit. So the plantain must be fit to cut, and the tailor must cut to fit. And this is for 800 points. So let's see who picked up those 800 points. I see Ricardo was eager, so he put the answer there but did not put it complete. All right. It's beside the bed. All right, Ricardo, you were too eager there. You need to put it into better perspective. Truck life. You need to say which is which. All right, so Empress, what is planting must fit and tailor must cut to fit. Ricardo, what is planting fit to cut and tailor cut to fit. Planting must fit and tailor must cut to fit. Right. What is planting must mature to cut planting. Okay. Tailor must cut to fit. All right. So Empress left out a part of it. So Ricardo actually redeemed himself. And that is 800 points to Ricardo.
So the score as it is, Sonia on 300 points, Truck Life 400 points, Andrew on 700 points, and Energy 500 points, Truck Life 400 points, Jamfet 1,300 points, Ricardo 2,000 points, and Empress 2,800 points. Well, only 40.
Mm-hmm. All right, so choose the next category. Yes, she was close enough, but I didn't give it to Ricardo earlier because he missed out a part 2. So Empress missed out a part, so I have to carry on until I saw it put together the way it should be put together. All right, so we can move at all. All right. Karen says, I'm gearing up for next week. Okay. All right, so choose the next category for how many points. So Ricardo is saying riddles for 100. 2 letters of the alphabet that never get sick. 2 letters of the alphabet that never get sick. 2 letters of the alphabet that never get sick. This is interesting. All right, let's see the answer that I am looking for. What is okay? So 2 letters of the alphabet that never get sick is what is okay. And that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Jamfet. And that is 100 points to Jamfet. Then Andrew, Ricardo, Empress, Karen, Janet, and that's how the answers came in. Hush Janet says typo. That's CK Hush. All right. 1/10. Everybody beating him by 1/10. All right, so Jamfet is completing antonyms. Let me get antonyms. Counterfeit. What is the opposite of counterfeit? Counterfeit. If it's not counterfeit, then it is Remember, we're not doing synonyms, it's antonyms. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and the opposite of counterfeit is genuine. So what is genuine? It's the real thing. All right, counterfeit, it's fake. So 200 points. Let's see who picked up those 200 points. Let me just, okay. Andrew. So first on the board with the correct response is Andrew. And that is for 200 points. Then Empress, Sonia, Jamfet, Ricardo, Editing, Carmen, but left out the what it's again. Then Janet. And that's how the answers came in.
So the score as it is, Sonia on 300 points, Truck Life 400 points, Energy 500 points, Jamfet 1,400 points, Ricardo 2,000 points, Empress 2,800 points.
All right, choose the next category, and for how many points? There's only 2 categories left with 1 point each. 2 categories left. It's not 1 point. Make it bigger than 1 point, but each category have a point. That's what I mean. All right, choose the next category, and for how many points? And I've gotten that. So Andrew, choose the next category. Okay, saying riddles for 500. You never want it, but when you get it, you take such good care of it. You never want it, but when you get it, you take such good care of it. I want nobody brush on it at all. Jump into what is class. All right. That one here you have to be a beat, because if anybody tap on it, trust me, every nerve ending, you feel it to that every nerve ending. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So no further delay and drum roll. So you never want it, but when you get it, just take good care of it. And it is, what is a sore foot? So what is a sore foot? And that is for 500 points. You don't want nobody brush against that. All right, so let's who picked up those 500 points. Empress, 500 points. Empress, 500 points. Then Ricardo, sore, but sore foot. Energy, Karen, Verona. That's how the answers came in.
So the score as it is, Sonia on 300 points, Truck Life 400 points, Energy 500 points, Andrew 900 points, Jamfet 1,400 points, Ricardo 2,000 points, Empress on 3,300 points.
All right, so I am just going to reveal the next, the last category on the board, and it's under Jamaican proverbs. So complete the proverbs. Cockmouth. Everybody run out, jump out, roll out, skip out cockmouth. Or Sunny look like Miss Talk. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is cockmouth kill cock? And the explanation is one should never boast, nor should one speak out of turn. We should choose our words with care, lest we by our own tactlessness cause ourselves unhappiness. All right, and that is for 100 points. So all right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo for 100 points, then Empress, Jamfet, Truck Life, Energy, Empress again, Janet. Wi-Fi must be doing the slowest moonwalking, says Energy. Hush. It's too tall to the shake her hand. Yes, she did. This way always about. All right. So congratulations to everyone who made the board. Congratulations to those who made the top 5. Everybody is a winner because some of these questions were not easy and you guys still came out in your colors trying. A lot of the times you got the answers correctly, but you have to have a good Wi-Fi and Olympic fingers to keep up in this competition, because I'm telling you, some people are saying by the time they hear the answer, the question fully, then the answer is already coming out. So most of these people have alien Wi-Fi and Olympic fingers. So Freedom is saying congratulations to 5. Glad you're not the 6. So
all right. So well, the 5 on the board, the 5th on the board is Energy with 500 points. Congratulations, Energy, for making the board this week. Andrew, right, in 4th place, 900 points. Once again, congratulations, Andrew, for making the board. Jamfet, 1,400 points in 3rd place. Congratulations, Jamfet. And Ricardo, 2,100 points. Congratulations, Ricardo. And Empress, she took the night away with 3,300 points. All right.
All right. So congratulations again to all the winners. Congratulations for making the board, because it's not an easy task making the board, because I said your Wi-Fi speed and your typing is a big factor in making the board. Sonny saying next week I'll go on my fast computer and go type in school. You in them. Yes, you are, Andrew.
All right. So for persons who haven't given us their number, would have to give that number. Energy, you have Energy number?
I have everybody's number. Energy always donates. Yes.
Oh, you have Andrew number?
Always, yes, I have Andrew number.
Okay.
So Energy, please, okay, Energy always donates. Just please for funny, always donate.
Okay.
All right. So who are we donating Energy's credit to tonight? Don, okay, it says good night, everyone. Good night, Don. Thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it.
So does Energy stated who he's giving the credit to?
I message you and please and thank you. Okay, okay, Empress.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll have to go into I think I wrote it down earlier on WhatsApp. Okay, so I have everybody's number already, so I don't need to put the IG contact. So Energy, you choose. Okay, it wants us to choose somebody.
Okay, let us choose.
Sonia is saying, thank you, Mystic, for a great night. Thank you so much for your support, Sonia. Really appreciate it.
Let us choose Jennifer.
And for your endorsement.
All right, does Jennifer need a credit? I'm choosing Jennifer.
Jennifer?
Yeah.
Where is Jennifer? Where is Jennifer?
Not Jennifer, Janet. I mean.
Okay, because I was wondering.
Not Jennifer, Janet. I'm choosing Janet.
Okay.
So ask Janet if Janet needs a credit.
Okay, big up Anna and Brian. Said great tonight, guys. Have a wonderful weekend. Are you still here, Janet?
Janet, we are giving you the credit from Energy. So Janet, are you there?
I think she's gone off already.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's see.
So we still can put her name on Senate, call her and send it to her.
Okay.
All right, so
if she don't need it, then we'll have to.
we give it somebody. So
we
are going to bracket Janet Jones.
Okay, Sonia is here, so she doesn't need credit. Okay, editing is Cardo. Karen.
Okay.
Okay.
So that goes for Janet, right?
Came off already. Yes, just put her name beside it.
Janet Jones. So you can contact her. Okay.
All right, guys. So thank you so much for being here again. Really, really appreciate it. And it's 11:37 in Jamaica, 10:37 here right now. So we are not going to delay tonight. Chocolate. Angela, last week, not even my tail light, you couldn't see how far ahead I was. I know that's why Ricardo Chocolate rejoicing tonight that you're not on the board. Can you imagine? Look how far the two of you coming from and you're rejoicing that you're not on the board. Good night, everyone, says Sonia. Good night, Sonia. Have a wonderful rest of the weekend and have a wonderful and productive week, and stay safe and stay blessed. Good night and have a blessed weekend, says Empress. Thank you, and same to you. So good night, each and everyone. Have a wonderful rest of the weekend. Those who are working, hope work will not be too hectic for you. My neighbor, work will not be too hectic for you, and you have a wonderful and productive week. And until next week, safe travel on the gravel. Oh, Live Fang, welcome, saying good night from Portland. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining in. Better late than never. Really appreciate you. Okay, good night, everyone. See you on Ratigan's YT tomorrow. Says Freedom. Okay, Freedom.
All right, blessings. Our Freedom.
All right. So, I don't get a response on that thing, you know.
What?
Ricardo, you send me for read, but not make you know. So I don't know.
Okay, all right.
All right. So safe travel on the gravel, guys. Until next week. Peace, love, one love to each and everyone. Thank you again. Bye.